Alrighty, hello everybody. I am working on the Ranger quest. Ugh. It has been a struggle. Alright, let me just get started. Okay, the so I added the Ranger quest a while back, last week actually, and I'm still trying to work through why it's not functioning the way I expect it to function. Tried a lot of things, have kind of gotten to the point where hi there. It gotten to the point now where it's 3/4 of the way functional, but there's parts of it that are still a little bit broken. Broken not in the way that will crash the game, which is yay, which is definitely a thing that happened. Genuinely a thing that happened. Crashed Unity. But as if you were here or if you watched the VOD for yesterday's stream, you saw that happen live. Um, but now it's mostly working. There's just some parts which just are not doing it what I expected to do. So what I've kind of come to is I've made a quest that when fulfilled should not tested yet because I'm still working out the part that's broken before that. Should now make the part that was broken before not broken, hopefully. Uh, I need to first fix the breakage point right now, which is that the quest is not actually being completed, which will be the one that tells the game that actually show this other option instead. So I need to figure out where the completion part of the quest is. It's currently in this screen, which is explanation. Yeah, so here. Okay, so I'm gonna pop that back. Give story flag. Then go to learn more. Actually, I wonder if I can add it here and see whether that fixes the issue. If it does, then I'll know immediately what the problem is. Because part of the... I have no idea what Miracle Max is, I'm sorry. And then this completes the quest. Okay, so I'm gonna stop the game here. Save everything so I don't lose it, because after the crash yesterday, I'm a little concerned. You know what? I don't think I know that character from Princess Bride. Merkel Max? Sorry, I really only know like 5 characters in Princess Bride, which is Buttercup, the princess, Diego, actually I guess I only, the Dread Pirate Robot Roberts, which I know is, spoiler, is Buttercup. Yeah, I don't know who Billy Crystal is either. That's not helpful. I haven't actually seen the movie. Just to be clear, I haven't actually seen the movie. The only thing I know about Princess Bride is I think I read like 3 pages of the book, and then I've gotten everything else through pure cultural osmosis. But yes, if you want to watch Princess Bride with me sometime, I'm down. Okay, I guess I have seen clips of The Princess Bride, so I have seen some of the movie, just not from start to finish. And good luck trying to get me to sit still for long enough because I have issues with watching movies. Um, ADHD. Anyway, I'm hoping that so our team just introduced a new guy, uh, Gary. So I've asked Gary to be here on the stream today, mostly so I can show him how to do stuff, to add things to the game. So hopefully he's here, but you're closer to the number of people viewing the stream than I am, so I assume you would be able to tell. Oh yeah, but look, that entire like cast, the content of Princess Bride is just so freaking funny. I'm not particularly surprised. Actually, no. The question is because I'm not looking at the Twitch stream right now. Um, is he here? Is he like? Is there more than two viewers? Because one of them's a bot for stream elements, which I have not banning because I kind of need that. Oh, hello! Hey, Gary! Alrighty. So yeah, welcome to the stream. Um, ask me any questions in text, or if you want, I can start a Discord call as well. So you can ask me questions in on call. Um, but yeah, so right now I'm just trying to fix this ranger quest thing, which if you've seen the channel in the Discord server, it's mostly me going and justice, please help, which has been the case for the entire time I've been on this team. So, um, right, so I'm actually going to go through the testing sequence again. I've got a save file at the moment. Oh, I should tell you how to do this. So this is the dev console. Basically, what this dev console allows us to do is to do like to force encounters, to give items, to cheat effectively for testing purposes. And the way to open it is that once you run the game in the in Unity, which is on this button here, which I'm not going to click because it will stop the game now, the play button basically. You can then open the console with Shift D. So Shift, capital D, effectively, and it will open up the console. You have to wait for it to load, and then you can type whatever you want into the command bar. The command bar that it actually gives you prompts. So if you type in things like that, you can see that it actually opens up a menu, and you can do certain things within this menu as well. The ones that I use the most often are start encounter because I'm testing encounters, start dialogue because I'm testing dialogue, or give items, or give stat, or modify base stat. So give item would, for example, if I wanted to get free apples, because that's a joke from a couple of weeks ago where I was drowning in apples, then I would go give item, apple, and the amount is 5. And suddenly you see that the game has basically told me that I have 5 red apples, and I will show you that has happened. To get rid of this screen, you will have to hit escape, because otherwise you will type Shift D yet again into the bar. So you press escape, then you press Shift D, because it takes away the typing screen. You can also, I think, click aside from it, but I prefer doing it this way. Actually, let me just double check that. Can I? Oh, it did. Okay, you know what? That's faster. All right. And then, okay. Actually, do you want to be on a Discord call? Because it might be easier, so I know actually like how much you're kind of getting and when to slow down. Cool, fantastic. Let me do that then. Wow. That's not the right screen. That's the right screen. Let me pop you. So I'm in the main channel, just as might end up popping in as well. The main Asteria server in the channel. There you are. Hello.
Hi.
Asteria server in the channel. There you are. Hello. Cool. I can hear myself. That's on a
Wait,
delay.
hold on. Let me grab my headphone.
Cool. I will do that. Yeah. So sorry, that's scary. And we will. Let me get back to it. Okay, I have fixed this. Alrighty. So I can hear you not. I'm not hearing myself anymore in the delay. So let's get to the rest of it. So right now what I'm doing is trying to test the this particular quest. Okay, cool. That quest loaded exactly as I expected. I'm picking the exact perfect answer. I will need to test the fill state again later, but for now this is fine. Then okay, if you have questions about anything that I'm doing, please feel free to ask.
All right, I'm back. Sorry to take time.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot to turn the screen back on. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Can I call you something else then, sir? I know who you are. So it's really awkward for me to call you sir. Anyway, yeah, Gary. So if you have anything that is, you know what? I'm gonna call you number one. Number one. We're gonna go with underscore maybe. I don't know. Okay. So, yes, Gary. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Your name is fine. I don't like that. You know how doxing works on the internet. Okay. No worries. Yeah, sorry, I was talking to the other viewer on stream. Okay, so, yes, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. So basically,
Sure.
what I'm doing at the moment is testing this particular sequence of dialogue and encounter, just to make sure that it's working the way I expect. Where we left off was...
Right.
Okay, cool. Where we left off was... yes, so I was just showing you that once I'd given the items, you can actually see that I sort of added apples to the inventory. The way to open the inventory, if you don't click on the inventory, is tab, which is kind of visible very small letters here, only because I've not got it on full screen. But tab opens it up, and then you can see that I got 5 extra apples. So that command is give item, and then the name of the item, and then the amount. There are others as well, like level, target, and stuff like that. But that's not important for just getting items. It's if you want to get like a higher level sword, for example, you can actually do that. There's also start encounter, which is something that I already kind of did. I think not visible on stream. But start encounter basically means that you are starting a dialogue event or combats or whatever the case is that you want to test. So in this particular case, I'm going to start Ranger Learn. And if you succeed, you will get this screen. You will get the actual pop-up of the dialogue. If you mistyped something, you made a typo, and it is case sensitive, then you'll get an error screen instead. I will show you what the error screen looks like very shortly, but for the moment, let me just finish this part. Cool. And yes, I have seen your message there, Sam. I will use your name. Okay, cool. Let's go with that. Cool. All right. So, being again. Yep. Because that's what I wanted. Cool, so we have that. Okay, so that actually worked. I'm going to do that. Oh, whoops. That's... no. Alright, now time to test out whether the quest thing actually worked. No, it didn't. Frick. Frick, 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 frick. Okay, so the point was that with this particular code, finishing that quest should have changed this dialogue screen. This dialogue screen didn't change, so something has gone wrong somewhere. So here, complete a quest. Here's the being. So requirement met. Cool. Let me report this to Justice and or quiet him in the chat. That's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you can see on the stream that it's very clearly something about interaction requirements and user tags. So the quest was completed successfully, but didn't change the interaction, the conditional. I'm just putting in screenshots for Justice at the moment, which you can also see in the chat because you do have access to that channel.
Right.
But if you have any questions about what I'm doing, actually I might turn that back on. So I'm just going to be screenshotting a bunch of things for Justice at the moment. I might want to take a quick break in terms of beating my head against this wall and build something new so that you kind of get the experience, or at least the, watching me do it, so that you can do it on your own time. So that I can also do something productive rather than hitting my head against the wall for the next 2 hours, which is not the most fun thing in the world. So, okay, this one here. I actually need to reopen the game and retest because I forgot to screenshot it while it was happening. So after I finish this and I put the screenshot in, and Justice has a look and probably tells me that he can't do anything at the moment because it would require him to probably dig into the code, because this is very distinctly a code issue, I think, given that I've tried 5 or 6 different ways to actually fix this problem and nothing has happened. And there's an actual dev console thing happening in here, which I should also probably screenshot. And then, of course, so I can actually teach you to use stuff. But first of all, while we were waiting for this to load, is there anything on this screen so far that you do not understand, or you don't know what's actually happening in here that I can tell you about?
Yeah, there is one thing I don't understand, and it's not on your screen but mine, I think.
Okay.
Did I click something wrong, or wait, let me just send you a screenshot real quick.
Thank you.
There I sent in the DMs. How do I launch the game?
It was just on screen. I just launched the game. So it's up here.
Yeah, but
okay, so let me walk you through the whole process actually. So
yeah,
on the main screen, when you've gone back, let me have a look at your screenshot real fast. Okay, DMs. What the hell? Okay, so firstly, one of the things that you need to open up as a tab is okay. I think I should show you a different default because do you have more than one monitor?
no, just one.
Okay, that's definitely a workspace. I'm just gonna say that much. Okay, so let me. So here on the main screen where you see scene, you want to right-click scene, add tab, and hit game. That will then open up this screen.
Oh yeah, it did.
And then you can hit play, and that will launch the game for you.
Wait.
Okay, let me stop this so that I can walk you through the steps. For me, my computer is very slow.
And now it's completely black.
Completely black. Okay. Let me double check something in the hierarchy. Okay, so for the hierarchy, if you can go to the top left, so I'm gonna do it on screen, right? If you go to the top left here, and hit this button here right next to, so it's basically show all versus show none, right? And hit,
Let me do that. Let me do that.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
And then?
And then you have opened this, the game tab.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. You've gone to the game screen. It's completely black at that point.
Yep.
Hit play.
Oh, now it's appeared.
Cool. Yeah. So the reason why my screen is locked onto the logo, or the studio logo, versus it being a completely black screen, is because this isn't the first time I've opened the game. This is like now the fourth or fifth, for this session. So it locks into the opening screen of, the loaded game, which is the studio logo. But when I open the Unity fresh, it does start on black screen.
Wait, is that your music or
No, this is
mine?
if you're hearing music in your earphones right now, at this present moment, that's your music. If you hear music playing in the background as soon as the game loads, that's the game's music.
All right, I've disabled all the audio in my game, and I still keep hearing it.
The main menu screen audio. Oh, I should note. The settings in this build don't work. The audio doesn't do the audio settings don't do anything. I think. Let me double check that.
I paused mine.
Oh, you paused yours.
Completely.
Okay. And you're still hearing the music? Okay. Now
No,
you should.
I don't.
Okay, now you don't. Okay, yeah. So the main, I think if I'm remembering correctly, the audio settings don't actually do anything. But let me double check. Okay, they do something. Oh, okay, surprising. We must have enabled that. I know that the other settings in this screen currently don't work. Like this works. This kind of works. It doesn't work in Unity, but it will work in the build. This has absolutely nothing. It doesn't work at all because we don't have a controller. And yeah, there's nothing here. And then there is.
How do you not hear yours? Because when I play the game again, disable the pause, I hear it again, and it's pretty loud actually.
Are you hearing it currently? Is it very loud?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I am hearing it, just a note. But for me, it's a lot quieter. So if it's too loud, hey Sam, is it too loud? The music of the game? Like, is it coming out really, really loud on stream? Because if it's too loud on stream,
you hear it now?
Yes, I'm hearing it now.
And now I paused the game, and now it stopped.
Yes, that is expected. So if it only runs the music in the game when you are running the game.
Yeah, well, I muted Unity, so it won't be an issue.
Okay, sure. Yeah, it would be annoying if you were playing two instances of the game music at the same time. Hey, that's something Michael can fix. No, I'm joking. Don't make Michael do that. All right. Yeah, it's to me it's not a reasonable volume for me. I mean, I can always drop the volume of my computer, and that will also drop the volume. And to be fair, I've heard the music enough now that I've basically started ignoring it to a certain degree. And I must say that the main menu music is by far the most, I guess, busy. It's the one that interferes the most with people thinking, which is to say that it doesn't do very much, but the ambient music in Dryad's Rest is quieter. And Misty Veilwoods has no music currently at all. So, right, back to the start. So, what was I testing this time? Okay, then I wanted to test. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, clicked the wrong thing. That's fine. Okay, then. Oh, actually, no, that's not fine. I wanted to need to continue this quest line. This particular one thing about using the dev console, the cheat console, is that you can sometimes you can open encounters without actually meeting the requirements. So in this particular case, this particular encounters, these questions, can only be done in Dryad's Rest normally, but because of the cheat console, you can make it open in Misty Vale Woods.
Right.
Okay, so this is what happens when you make a typo in the starting encounter console. Basically, if you don't type in the right thing, you will see this particular error message, and this error message basically says that, hey, you didn't load this into the mod loader, and so the game can't find it. In this case, I made a typo. But if you see this, it basically means that either you type something wrong and therefore the game can't find it, or you type something correctly, but you didn't load it into the game in the first place, so the game can't find it either.
Oh.
So I wanted to test. Yeah, I want to see. Okay, cool. Got the timing just right. And yeah, then the last thing I wanted to show is that the okay, and also the butcher knife thing isn't working out. Okay, I actually wanted to show just as also this thing. God damn it. Okay, I'm going to write up the full explanation of it, so the stream's going to close for just a minute. Doesn't change even when the requirements for the alternate.
You know, there was one thing I was wondering about as a complete beginner
Sure.
about Unity. Are projects synchronized in Unity? I mean, can we
Good
make,
question. So the key here is the GitHub. So GitHub get desktop, right? That's something I hope you've downloaded. Be right back. Gotta turn on the light.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
getting
yeah.
dark here. So how the GitHub desktop works is that it's a point at which everyone who's on the same branch, and assuming that you've pulled, is synchronized. So what I mean by that is that let's say I go to GitHub desktop. On the current branch, Git Grok content bundle v2. It's called v2 because I broke v1. Um, everyone who has pulled most recently, which is in fetch origin or pull, whatever you see in the screen here, will be synchronized to what is the latest publicly synchronized version. However, anything that you change that you do not commit and you do not push is local only to your machine. So everything that you're seeing now is not on the publicly available branch because I haven't pushed it in yet. And you can see when someone has pushed because their name shows up when they push. So nothing that you're seeing here is actually available to you on your machine because I have not pushed them yet. And the reason I haven't pushed it yet is because of the entirely likely possibility that I push something that is broken, which basically was what happened when you playtested the last build on Wednesday, sorry. Yeah, Wednesday. Thursday for you, I believe. Because I pushed something that was broken, and therefore everybody got the broken build. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, kinda. So if I wanna push, for example, I need to click the commit button, right?
Yes. Although there are some steps to do before that. So first of all, you have to actually make a change to the game. You have to
Yeah.
you have to save the project because only by saving the project do the files show up in GitHub desktop. And then you can make a commit by typing a summary and then typing in a description and then hitting commit.
So I save the project, all the changes in Unity,
That's correct.
then go to GitHub desktop.
That's correct, yeah.
And that's how all the changes are synchronized in our Unities, right?
That's correct, yeah. So once you've pushed to Unity, it's called push because that's what GitHub says it is, then everyone else will pull to make sure that it is synchronized with what's available on GitHub, and then it will then be synchronized from that point onwards.
How do I pull again?
How do you pull again? It's up here. I'm not going to pull myself because I'm going to cause issues as I do. But if you click fetch origin.
Fetch origin, right?
Yep. And then it will give you the prompt to pull. So when there's something to pull, it will show you what it looks like. At the moment, I'm currently up to date on the latest publicly available version. So there's nothing for me to pull at this point. The issues of this happen when something in the publicly synchronized version does not accord with what you have in your machine. So if you've made a change to a file that the publicly synchronized version has made a change to as well, then you're going to cause issues. So we try not to push. This is something I've just learned very recently. We try not to push until we're sure that everything has been, sorry, I've lost track of the sentence. We are sure not to push until we're sure that everything has been tested and is, not going to break the game horribly by being made available to everyone.
Right. So I click fetch origin and it immediately brings the latest version of the game into my Unity, right?
No, it immediately brings the version of the game that's publicly it brings the publicly available version of the game into your GitHub desktop program, but it doesn't actually bring it into Unity until there's something to pull, and it will show you how many changes there are when there's something to pull. So I'll actually walk you through this when I finally push this goddamn thing. Hopefully it gets done today, and then you'll be able to see that there's something to.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. So I'm really, really hoping that I can get this done today. That would be great. How long have you got? I'm not leaving this. I'm not pushing until I'm done, and I'm not leaving the stream until I'm done.
Yeah, I can do that too, I guess.
It might take quite a few hours because it's already been.
Oh, really? Quite a few hours?
Yes, it's already been 30 minutes, and I've been stuck on this particular trying to get this quest to work for the last 2 days. Actually, since Thursday. So, yeah, I'm hoping it won't take that long, but it might.
How few can that quite a few be?
Minimum 2 hours, maximum, God, maybe a couple, maybe like 6. That's before I give up for the day.
What's the longest it's ever taken for you?
I mean, that's a really hard one to say, but technically this has been going since Thursday. In terms of actual work hours, it's been around about 30 something.
No, I mean the process of pushing.
Oh, the pushing itself takes like
Yeah.
5 minutes max. The process of
Oh,
getting to a state where it's ready to push, that's what's taking the long time.
oh, I see now.
Yeah. So don't push the one that we all that Justice has now just recently taught me that I am now using for everything is called stash. So you can see it here on the screen on my stream. Basically, a
Hmm.
stash change is what happens when you go up to the change files, you right click it, and you press stash. Stash basically means that it removes all of these files from your Unity, but then keeps it into like a separate little savings account almost, so that you can restore it at any time. You want to do that because if, as I mentioned about merge conflicts, every time that you make a change that when you pull has a change to the same file, GitHub will go, oh, this isn't working, and then it will try to overwrite both of them. Usually, when it just
Oh,
tries to overwrite both of them, and then you push that overwrite back into the publicly synchronized version, everybody else gets that problem as well. Because when GitHub tries to overwrite things, it doesn't do it in the way that you expect. It basically mashes two files together, and the
hmm.
end result is usually unreadable to anybody. So merge issues are constant and an issue if you do it if you don't stash changes and do the that process correctly and carefully. So the safe way to do it is to stash all the changes you've made, pull, restore your stash, and then try to sort out any merge conflicts while it's only local to your system, so that you don't push it to everybody
Hmm.
else and then everybody else has to deal with it on their own systems. Make sense?
Yeah, so I stash, pull, restore stashes, and
Yeah,
then check again.
that's right.
Yeah, the only problem is I don't have stash changes on my GitHub.
Yes, because you haven't made any changes to the game as yet. So when you
Oh, I
have
see.
made a change, you've pressed save, and then you've turned those changes into your stash, and then you'll have stash changes.
I see now.
Okay. You don't have to use the stash for everything. If you've put a change in and you've tested it and the change is perfect and there's no issues with it whatsoever, for which I will deeply envy you for, you can then push immediately without worrying about a stash. But if, for example, you have made those changes and somebody has just pushed and you need to get the new files in, then stash, pull, restore stash, check, push. Yeah, slightly longer process, but safer process for everybody.
So the stash is basically a way to be safe than sorry, rather.
That's correct. Don't be like me and be sorry all the time, because I was sorry a lot, and Justice has been. Yeah. Anyway, I'm new to GitHub too, so I'm running into all the problems head first, and I am now teaching you from my expertise of running into all the problems head first. So don't be like me, or be like what I tell you to be, rather than what I
All right, much
do.
appreciated.
Yeah, no worries. I'm sure I'll run into more problems head first in the future, and then you get to watch Justice yell at me in real time. Um, all right.
I'll be there for you
Thank you,
whenever that
brother. I
happens.
really appreciate it. All right, let's move on. So yeah, so I have the same issue has been happening, which is that um, anyway, I've just loaded a whole bunch of things to Justice. It's like 7 screenshots long.
Yeah, I
He
see.
yeah, he's not responded yet. Um, so I don't know what to do here because that's actually breaking the game a little, breaking my quest chain a little bit. The game is fine, my quest chain is not. So what I might have to do instead is actually, uh, oh, there's other people watching the streams. Hello, welcome to the discussion of how to use GitHub and how not to use GitHub. Um, by running into every problem you can possibly have head first. Oh, I mean, yeah, almost. So part of the issue is that, well, Justice has been using GitHub for about 10 years because I don't know whether Justice told you about himself, but he's a professional. Like he's professionally in the games industry and has been for quite some time. So because of
Yeah, he
that,
hasn't said much,
he hasn't said
but
much. Okay,
I saw that he's a professional writer.
yeah, he's a lead technical artist at Warner Brothers, um, their games division, and
Mm-hmm.
he's been because he's been in the industry for so long. He's kind of used GitHub for this long as well, and therefore has forgotten about all the absolute basic beginner errors that you can make, which I am now learning experientially. Which means that every now and then he'll be like, "What did you do? I don't understand how you did it," but he can fix it nearly immediately, which is great.
Yeah,
So this is an amazing team to learn Unity on, mainly because Justice can fix all the fuck ups, or many of the fuck ups. Um, I can't say
thank God
all.
for justice.
Thank God for Justice. Oh god, that was a terrible pun. I hope he's not on the stream, because yeah, his name is really easy to pun on. Um, thank God for justice indeed. All right. So okay, where was I? Right, I was trying to fix this issue. So part of the problem with this particular Chris chain is that I was trying to save space. So I did a dialogue where, so this is dialogue. These are all dialogues. This is a
Mm-hmm.
dialogue where if you have not accomplished a certain task, you will not see a particular screen. If you have accomplished a certain task, you will then see a specific screen. That was the intent. That's not working. So you can never see the screen even after you've accomplished the task. That sounds incredibly abstract. Um, so what I'm going to have to do is try to break it up into two separate dialogues. Um, one of which is only visible if you have completed a task, and one of which is only visible if you have not. That has been shown to work, kind of. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to try to make that happen. I will, however, be creating new data objects in the game. Justice is lurking. I don't know. Is he? Justice, are you lurking? Are you here? Say something in the Discord channel if you are. I mean, he's awake. He's online. Anyway, uh, moving on. So yeah, so I'm going to have to make two dialogues. Sorry, two encounters actually, because starting encounters has been shown to work. So okay, let me see. I have functionally the two. So I used everything on Notepad because my Unity is very 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 slow. Oh, I forgot to ask about this yesterday. I'll do that later once I succeed in this. Functionally, there are two screens available in the Ranger Learn. Ranger, which is after Ranger introduced, and question mark, before Ranger introduced. What I'm going to have to do is do two encounters. One for Ranger and two for unknown. So what I will do here is convert this one, initial Ranger Learn,
Mm-hmm.
to the unknown, and then do new dialogue for known Ranger Learn, and then two new encounters for one new encounter for known Ranger Learn, and then have a quest requirement for the latter, which is quest requirement completed. Who is the being? And then have new. Yeah, okay. So then we go from there. So let's build that. Okay, so time to walk you through how to make dialogue. So in a folder, however you want to navigate to it, I'll actually do the whole process through. I use the
Mm-hmm.
favorites tab, which is you press Alt and then the favorites tab opens up. But in this case, let's walk you through how to do the whole thing. Dialogue folder. Actually, first of all, in the inspector screen, which is the project screen at the bottom. Oh, yours is onto the side. actually, you know what? How about you walk this through with me? Let me introduce you first of all to something that looks a little bit more sane in terms of the workspace setup.
Yeah.
So you want to go up to the top right where it says layers and layout. Hit layout, and it'll give you a drop down screen for all these things. The default, actually, I don't know what you have because mine is I built.
Let me tell you.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't know either.
cool. What do you see on the layout screen?
2 by 3 for split, default, tall, and wide.
Okay, that's the default for now.
Mm-hmm.
So default gives you this. This is a lot more sane than what you've got in terms of what you can see. But you can also make certain changes to make it more, to make it, more similar to what's comfortable for you. Doing it this
Yeah.
way, the positive side of doing it this way is that if you open a dialogue thing, I'm just going to open something directly, you can then see everything. It's a one long screen, so you can actually scroll down. It's a lot, a lot easier to see in that respect. So this is honestly a pretty good default in terms of just being able to use it. But if you feel like you want to make it, longer somewhere else, you can also click and drag, and it will then show up into different places.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually also,
And the dialogue is in. Yeah, right. I found it. Mm-hmm.
yeah. So if you wanted to make the short inspector screen, which is what I've just done accidentally, what you actually do is you pop out the long inspector, which is done through the default,
Mm-hmm.
and then you, oops, don't do that way. Hang on. You can actually press, okay, so you could, yeah, so go back to default. If you pop out the thing so it's not sliding into any other thing, and then pop it back into the same area on the right, you can get to the short inspector screen, which is what I built, and I personally prefer it this way. And then you can actually save the layout as well if you like it like this. So I'm going back to my own default, which is this short inspector screen. But you can keep the default one if you like, or if you want to do something else. Move screens around, make it comfortable for you. You can do as you like. Okay, cool. Does your workspace now look saner?
Yeah, it does.
Beautiful. Okay, so from here then, back to the data screen. So down here in the projects, you want to go to. You may start in assets. I'm not entirely sure what you're seeing down here, but you want to go to data first of all. You can do it through the file tree on the left, or to the screen once you've selected something from the file tree. Dialogues are in the dialogue folder. They're in encounters. So our folder organization is a little bit messy because basically, just as before I came on the project, which was in April, Justice have been working on this game since sometime last year. So everything, all the file logic that you see in the file tree is Justice's logic. Then you have mine. So the mix of our two logics sometimes leads to some very interesting combinations. I'm sorry that you have to get used to that, but you will have to get used to that. Okay. From there.
All right.
From there, once you've got the encounters, you can then you choose where you want this dialogue to show up. So as you can see, we have Dryad's Rest, we have Misty Vale Woods, we have Desert Town, which is not an area that's currently in the game, and I haven't looked at it at all. And yes, there are infrequent typos throughout this because Justice isn't as grammatically conscious as I am. Let's just put it that way, or spelling conscious as I am. Which is not a bad thing. I'm just an incredible grammar Nazi in the sense of in the colloquial sense, because I'm also a writer. Since Justice mentioned you're from a writing
great.
background, so yeah, I'm very conscious about my grammar and spelling and stuff like that, and very rarely ever make accidental typos.
So you're a perfectionist like me?
I am a perfectionist, yes, absolutely. Which is why I've been stuck on this particular quest line for the last 3 days. I want it to work, preferably perfectly, but I'm willing to take good enough for the moment because I'm tired of this quest line. Okay, so From that point, once you go into the actual location itself. All of these ones here, this is Justice's naming convention, where he always starts with the location first, underscore, and then what the actual dialogue is. Um,
Yeah.
I don't. He can do that, and he can get away with it because he has two monitors, and because he has two monitors, everything that all the names are a lot longer for him, so he can tell what they are immediately. However, as you can see on my stream, I only have one monitor. You only have one monitor, so this actually makes it really
Yeah.
hard to tell, and that's annoying. But you can also just highlight the name of it, and it will give you the full name, so you can actually still find it out. It just takes an extra step. From there, for my naming convention and logic, I make my own folders, and then you get to deal with my logic within. So within them, basically, I separate them out by function. So you have this specific one, which is for the Avon encounter. This one's for all the combat dialogues, if like a dialogue that has a lot of combat involved. Forced encounters, of which there's only one, and that one's not actually functioning at the moment because I don't. The giving flea dialogue does not show up in the game, and that's on purpose. Mainly because originally giving flea was its own separate encounter, but I've now worked it into a different encounter in the game, so that dialogue is no longer present in the game. It's still in the files, but it's not in the game. I'll delete it at some point until when I know that I don't need it anymore. But in case I do, it's easier to reconnect than to rebuild. The Freda encounter, the main quest encounter, which has a few other things in here. The camp tutorial here is also the basically the camp tutorial, which was rewritten. It originally was a different thing. Restoration has all of the different restoring items and dialogue in it. Story flag has a random assortment of stuff. There is one encounter called Acid Rain, which has never shown up in the game before, mainly because it's such a a specific requirement for it to show up in game, which is that it has to be raining in game before it will show up, and even then it's on a relatively low encounter chance. XP fluid, and then this is basically a test dialogue that I kind of just left there. Monoliths. Same thing. Anyway, so this is how to get to things. I don't know how I started explaining about my own. Sam, please. What the hell? I mean, it's true, but what the hell? Sam is also a writer. We met because.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I actually used to do ASMR roleplay, not on YouTube though. And
you used to do what?
ASMR roleplay. I'm a voiceover actor, or I was.
Oh,
So
that's also nice.
yeah, thanks. So she was a writer for me, and we collaborated to do a few things. I have effectively stopped doing on voiceover stuff because I genuinely hate editing audio things, which is why Michael is a godsend. All right, moving on. So. So basically I'm looking to go into creating a new dialogue for Misty Vale Woods. So what I'll do is actually go into Misty Vale Woods. If you can hear a sudden downpouring of rain. If you got your butt into gear at editing your stuff, I will be again. Yeah, maybe. But at the same time, that also requires me to actually sit down and record, and that's definitely something that I'm not doing. Anyway, once we got to the same location, if you want to create a new dialogue, what you do is you right-click, go up to Create, and you'll see there's one specific entry called Asteria. Then you go in and just create whatever you want to create. You can actually conceivably create anything in any folder. There's nothing stopping you, but just for organization purposes, try to keep everything to the same object type. So if you're in a dialogue folder, make a dialogue.
Should I make my own folders like you do in the future?
Absolutely.
Once
Please
I
do.
Start
Please do.
adding something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I do want you to do
it
that.
will be better.
It's easier. That way we know as well. We don't tread on each other's toes, and also, if we need to find anything specific, then we can just immediately go to each other's folders for that. The only exception to this, I would recommend that everyone do this, to be honest, just for safety reasons and just making sure we don't step on each other's toes. The only thing is that Justice puts his stuff just genuinely everywhere, which is, yeah, just gotta deal with it. That's fine. He's the
Well,
one.
like a true team lead.
He's the team lead. Yeah, whatever the team lead says goes. We're apparently now ganging up on him. Let's not do this when he's watching. All right. So now that we're here, and you've created a new dialogue, and now it's open here, you want to name that dialogue. Noting that whatever you name the dialogue here is what you will use to reference it in the rest of the game, make sure that you, first of all, know what it is. It's a relatively unique title. It doesn't obviously run into something else. It doesn't overwrite something else's title. And you can find it relatively easily. I also have a specific naming convention for how I name things. However, obviously come up with your own naming convention. You don't have to follow mine. It just means that I'll be able to read it easier, that's all. Or you'll be able to read mine. So in this case, I'm going to call it known learn Nate Ranger. And then I'm going to change initial Ranger learn, which was... Oh, did I want to call it something? Oh, known Ranger learn. Okay, cool. Let me rename that. And then I'm going to name initial Ranger learn as... I'm actually going to keep that the same because of the way everything is currently referencing it. So I'm going to keep that like that. But known Ranger learn. Cool. From there, you'll see that it opens up this screen here, and it's empty. However, if you want to add dialogue to it, then what you do is... actually, first of all, let me quickly shift stuff around so that I can more easily copy and paste. Cool. So what I did there was that I locked this particular tab, selected a different one, and now I've got this to go back and forth with, which is a lot faster than if I try to do it one by one. So yeah, so now that we're here, what we want to do to open a new screen for dialogue is to open this tab with the plus sign here. And then you'll suddenly see 4 tabs like this saying dialogue, style, outcomes, and audio. Dialogue is where we as writers get to show off, where we basically type in whatever we want to see show up on the screen in the game into this box. The downside to this, for me anyway, because my computer is kind of slow, is that if I type anything for long enough, it starts to lag a little bit. So it's an absolute pain to try to write directly into this box. So what I do personally instead is just write it into Notepad, copy and paste. It's faster and genuinely and less of a pain in the ass. So what I do then is I'm going to copy and paste everything from the... Actually, I'm just going to cut it because I'm going to be converting this back anyway. Right, so it's just a bit of an explanation about all the things in this. Maybe I'll actually switch this around so that this is bigger. Never mind. So let me explain to you what all of these sort of boxes do in the game itself. Now, if I had a faster computer, I would actually be able to point it out to you in a test, but because my computer is slow as hell, that's not happening. So first of all, up top here is the dialogue type. I'll get to that later because I'll actually be showing you what we're doing with the dialogue types. But first of all, the name up here is, what is the name of the person speaking? You saw in the test earlier that we have all the question marks and stuff like that. Who's speaking? Question mark, question mark, question mark. How to get the question marks onto the screen? You type it into this box here. The text obviously is what's the dialogue showing up on screen. And then the bottom here, character icon and character icon ID, that's the picture of whoever is speaking. Noting here one thing, both of these lines are actually required. You need to actually have both the picture reference and the name of the picture. You can arguably
Those are the sprites.
Yeah, right? These are the sprites, correct. These are the whoever, the character sprite of whatever is talking, whoever or whatever is talking. So if you want to do that, you can then select this one here. Let me bring it up. So this is basically the scale of how much preview you want to see it. If you scroll all the way down, if you scroll all the way up, it gives you a very big picture, but then you have to scroll a lot. If you bring it all the way down, it brings it to all of the names of the things, but doesn't show you any preview at all. So pick
Mm-hmm.
whichever one you want to see. In this case, because I know exactly what I'm going for in terms of the name of the file, there is a preview at the bottom anyway. Then I can just click it. You double click it, it will select it, and then you can just type the addressable name of it into the box underneath. So the reason why we
Mm-hmm.
want to do both rather than just doing one or the other is that the game only checks the bottom box. However, so when you're running the game only checks the bottom box. It uses that name, so this bottom name here, to load in whatever the picture is. However, sometimes this one and this thing aren't the same name. So you want to make sure that they are the same thing, and so you load it in first. Let's say we click on this
Oh. Mm-hmm.
and bring up. So you can see here there's actually two files, right? This file here and then this file here. This is the one that the game checks. This is the one that the name reads. So the game, yeah. So this is one the game checks. This is the one the game reads the name of. So you want to make sure that the addressable of this one here is addressable via uh, via calling it what it is.
Yeah.
Cool. For the most part, everything that we use, I guess, live, uh, has already had this done. So you don't have to worry about it so much. You can just more or less copy it over. But if, for example, you're finding a new piece of artwork, let's say I go into art to change a skill icon. Also, this is all the third-party assets we have. We have a lot. We have a lot,
Yeah.
right? And let's say I was using a completely new skill icon, which just has a name like 9, and I wanted to rename it to something else. I'm not going to rename this properly because I'm not using it currently. But then let's say I renamed it, and then I rename it up here. Then when you search up that name, it will then show it to you here, which you can then copy over it. Anyway, it's a little complicated, but let me know when you have to use a new piece of artwork that's not already been edited within the game, and I'll walk you through the steps then.
Yeah. But basically, I have to make sure all the new ones are addressable, right?
Yes.
All right.
Cool. So going back then to Ranger Learn. Cool. So basically what I'm doing here is this is now what the screen will look like. It will be called Ranger. It will be called, this dialogue will show up, and then this is the character sprite that will be on the screen when this dialogue screen shows up. One thing to note is that this box does not well represent how big the text will be on screen. There will be times that you have noted, possibly already, because you checked over my writing before this, you've noted that sometimes the dialogue screens are super freaking long. Like it's really hard to like read because there's just so many sentences on the page, so many sentences on
Yeah.
one screen. That's because in this box it looks fine. It looks understandable. It's easy. But realistically, on the screen, because of the size of the text, I think you can only really fit two to three sentences maximum.
Yeah.
And so as a result, you kind of have to take that into consideration when you're writing. Um, and I need to take it into consideration as well. So please point out to me anything that seems a bit too long. Uh, One of the things about screen, and this is where the medium kind of changes a little bit in terms of writing. Every time you click on a new screen, it's effectively a line break, but a very short line break. So just depending on how fast people read. So when you are doing dialogue and stuff like that, when you're writing dialogue, just keep that in mind. That if you have a screen divider, it's effectively a line break or a pause if it's dialogue. And so if it changes how your dialogue sounds or it pauses in a really awkward place, just be careful about where there's sentences. You may actually have to rewrite some of the screens to make sure that the line breaks don't adversely affect the meaning of what you're trying to say.
Yeah. How do I? What if I want to make what if I split a long dialogue into different separate lines that the player has to click through
Yep. How do you do that?
using the same sprite? How do I do that? Yeah,
Okay,
using the same character
let me
sprite.
show you how. So if you wanted to do the same character, as I actually am going to be doing anyway, let me scroll down to it so I can copy and paste. Actually, is this happening in this one? Scroll, 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 scroll. No. Okay, cool. Let me show you how to do it anyway. So from here, if you want to do everything exactly the same sprite, same everything, you right click this part here, this vertical column here, and hit duplicate. And then as you can see, it gives you exactly the same thing, including the text, and then you can just copy and paste and change that.
Oh, that's actually easy.
Yeah. If you wanted to do something different, however, let's say you wanted to change to a different character talking altogether, you would then hit the plus button, and that would give you a completely blank screen, and then you can edit whatever you wanted to add. Make sense?
That will be, yeah.
Cool. If you wanted to insert a new element above what you already have, right-click that part. Right-click the one underneath what you want to insert. Whoops. Okay, there's two, right? Okay. Hit insert new element, or insert pasted element if you have something copied. And it will create you a completely blank element above what you had in mind. Cool?
Oh yeah. So basically, if I make two or even more characters in using that,
Yep.
all of them would be in the same dialogue level file, right?
Yes. So on screen, it would all show up as one chain of events. So you'd be going from like Foxkin to Celestial Dryad Spirit, back to Foxkin. But one thing to note is that we only have one position for characters at the moment, because adding different positions will be after the demo ends. Because right now we only really want one position for like ease of use at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that if you are unlike like typical visual novels where you've got characters on either side of the screen, or Renpri novels, we only have the one in the center at the moment. And so if you are looking for that side of the screen type thing, unfortunately we don't have that available.
Well, I was afraid I would have to make separate little dialogue files for every character in the same chain.
No, you don't have to do that. It's this. You can do it this way.
I think.
The only time that you make separate dialogue files is when you start doing branches, which is what I'm going to actually be doing and going to be showing you now. So, normal chat, which is the dialogue type, is just a standard click through screen. Finish the dialogue, click, goes to the next dialogue. Then we also have six different other types of things that you can do within a dialogue chain. Branch is the one that I'm going to be using now for this particular case. And what a branch does is that it gives you dialogue options. So the things that you saw on the screen where you click the different options to select things. To do that, you go into branch objects, which is at the bottom here. Click this, and then it gives you what does the branch say, and then what does the branch do. So in this case...
like in the beginning where he asks, who am I, who are you?
That's correct. That's correct. So this is how you do this part. So at this point, what I'm going to do is actually, I did need to duplicate anyway. Cool. And then branch object. And then I'm just going to copy and paste because that's what I'm doing at the moment. Cool. So this line here, the dialog option text, is what the player will see, what they have to click. So one of the considerations to have there is that you try to make that not as like a short option, because the button to click on the option is as long as the dialogue is. So if you have a one-letter dialogue, in this case, like for example, if the question was, I want you to select A or B, and you give them options A and B, just the letters, they only can click on A and B. If you give them an option length which is like ask her what she was doing with the corpse, they can click on anything within that line. So that's the only consideration to kind of take note of there. Try not to make them too short. Also, try not to make them too long because then it'll take time to load and then run off the screen. So there is a certain like length. Then from that point, once you have the dialog, one thing to note: you see how this has a blue highlighted box? This is a
Yeah.
Unity specific option thing where if you click on another blue highlighted box, sometimes it will autofill what you had selected into another box. It doesn't happen all the time. There's specific use cases, and I can't remember what they are off the top of my head. But if, for example, you have like you've highlighted this box and then you click it into this one, it'll copy everything over. So just be careful about that. If you suddenly
Is
like
that a Unity bug?
it's not a bug, it's a feature. Unfortunately, it's a feature that's
I
annoying as hell.
see. Yeah.
But it doesn't happen all the time. I can't remember exactly what the use cases are, but it does happen every now and then. If you see it suddenly like, oh, where did my initial text go? Click away from it, and it will delete the autofill. So then it would just go back to whatever it was before.
Oh, I click away and it comes back.
Okay, let me see. For example, I go to story flag. So if, for example, you type, if for example, okay, you know what? This is not happening nearly as often. This used to be a guaranteed thing. I think Justice might have fixed it. But yeah, if you see a sudden copy and paste into something that you didn't intend to, if you click away from it, it just deletes everything. So anyway, if you see that issue, ask one of us, and we'll help you. We'll walk
All right.
you
Yeah.
how to fix it. Okay, from here. So this is what the player sees. So what does the game want? Now you're telling the game what it's going to do when the player clicks this particular branch. Here, we're going to go to switch to a new dialogue, or a dialogue you've already created.
And for branches, I do need to make new little dialog files, right?
Technically, no. So here's one thing about the dialog branch. There is three types of functionalities that you can do from a dialog branch. One is to switch to a different dialog. Right, this is the one I'm walking you through now. The second one is to not go through to a different dialog branch altogether, which is if you just leave this part blank, so none, and then this is empty, it will then actually click through to the next screen. So let's say, for example, I'd opened up a new screen. I'm not going to duplicate because it duplicates everything. So let's say I open up a new screen here. So if I had left this blank and the player had clicked on this one, and that was the only option that it had, then it would then move directly through to the next screen. So you can actually do it that way. I don't recommend it, if only because if you've got more than one branch available, all the branches click through will then go to this screen, which can sometimes be helpful, and it can sometimes be not helpful, depending on what you're doing.
Yeah.
All right, so that's one of the functionalities. Switching to a different branch is good if you are intending to do... so for example, in Ranger Explanation, which I'm going to open up to let you look at, I have branches in here as well. I have conditionals in here. I have encounters in here. It basically just opens up a new dialog object that gives you more freedom to do what you need to do. If you just click through to, and of course, if you have multiple branches, then you can do different things in all the different branches with the new dialog objects. If you don't have different branches, then, or if you only have that one screen at the end, then you won't have that freedom to do that kind of stuff. Reason for that being that conditionals only do two things. They only do have you met this requirement or have you not met this requirement. So if you want to do anything more open than that, you need to switch to a different dialog object. Cool. So from here,
So if there's a requirement needed for a certain dialogue, I need to make that dialogue a conditional.
yes, in here. Oh no, not a conditional. If you want to do something where, for example, so in this particular case, if the player has the story flag player can talk, then show this particular screen. If the player does not have the story flag player can talk, then show this particular screen.
Oh, so conditionals are more like if then.
Yes, great. And they're basically if else, uh, but they're actually no, they are if else, but they are only if else. So you can't do if then. You can only do one. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. So here, let me go back to this part, which was initial range of learn. Down here, you see. Actually, before I do that, you see this one here. Sets dialogue back is actually the full thing. You can also stretch the screen a little bit so you can see a little bit more of it. Again, Justice has two giant screens, so he sees these in full. So I just had to memorize them. But you can see that this particular tick box here says sets dialogue back. Sets dialogue back is the third functionality of the three I mentioned. One of which is to switch, one of which is to just continue, and one of which is to go back. When you click this button here, what that basically means is that after the player has gone through whatever the situation is, it will then lock back into this screen. So basically what happens...
What's that mean?
So you know how in the tutorial you have like the who am I, what am I, who are you things. Every time you finish the dialogue of those, you then went back to the original choice screen.
Yeah, I noticed that, yeah.
Yes, so this is what actually makes it happen.
So that's what the says dialogue back option makes.
That's correct. So
yeah, I see.
One thing to note about this is that if you do not provide an option for you provide a way for the player to move on from that screen, so you need to have one branch that doesn't have that ticked, you will be locked on that screen forever.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask actually. Yeah, I need another branch where
Yes.
it's not tipped.
That's correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Cool. So that's basically that. And then down here is interaction requirements. So the interaction requirements in this particular case mean what requirements does the player have to have for this branch to show up at all in the first place.
Yeah.
Right. So if there's no requirements needed, then you can just basically close that and not have to worry about it. If there is a requirement needed, for example, you want the player to have a certain stat check, you can then click on stat requirements and then fill out what you need with stats, so on and so forth. Again, if you need any help with these ones, let me know. I'm going to leave them blank for the moment, although sure. I think one of my ones has stat requirements, so I'll walk you through it when I get through that. And then at the very bottom here, ignore the events. This is the last major thing that you will need to do and decide on and select or whatever. Usage tags and select. Do you want anything to change for the player when they click that button?
When they click what button?
The branch options button. So when they click whatever this was, what do you want to have happen? So you can switch dialogue. That's going to happen anyway. Or you can change something in their stats, you can change something with their skills, whatever is functionally available with user tags. And I am very sorry for how long this user tag list is, because at least half of it was my fault.
Oh yeah.
In the sense that I asked Justice for something and then he gave it to me. So
well, at least there's the search bar.
Yes, the search bar is your friend. You have lots of friends. The search bar is your friend. And yeah, so basically what you do here is that you add whatever you want to add, and then change the numbers however you want to change them. And basically what that means is that will give it to the player when they click that branch.
When they click that option.
That option, yes. Dialogue. I call it branch because that's what I'm doing. But yes, when they click that option in dialogue. So do you want to do physical damage to the player, magic damage? You want to consume health, stamina, mana, modify the actual stat itself. So you want to give them dexterity, for example. You want to change the... I don't know what this one actually does. Great. Some of these I'm not entirely sure what they do, and I'm not even sure they actually properly function. And if I ask Justice, he's just like, I don't worry about it right now. So don't worry about it right now.
All right.
But yes, mostly everything that you can think of, you can do it in here. So, ta. note that the default, if you just click one and then don't bother to change it, is default deal physical damage to you, the player. So if you're doing something and if you're testing something and suddenly you notice that a damage, physical damage has been done to you, you forgot to change your user tag. There is
And
at
how
least
do I change it to nothing?
you close it. Emotional
Oh,
damage.
all right.
No, I'm joking. Emotional damage is caused to yourself and it's not in the game. Um, so yeah, if you want to close it, you just hit the X button here, and then it will shut it off entirely.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't have to see yourself out. The emotional damage is very common with this game. It's mostly frustration based, but yeah, it's a lot of emotional damage in this game. Sorry, the game itself, very low emotional damage. For the people doing the game, a lot of emotional damage.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, I'm just basically copying and pasting at the moment, because I want to get what I said done. So here, okay, there is a story flag in here. So what I'm gonna do? Ask how much was doing with the corpse. Cannot have story flag. Okay, I was testing. Yeah. Okay, so let's try that. This is currently doing something a bit weird. So basically everything works quite intuitively. However, if something doesn't work intuitively, ask. Because sometimes the intuition is based off Justice's intuition because he's the one doing the coding for this game. So if something doesn't work the way you expect, that's probably either something that Justice thought was very intuitive but isn't to us, or you've made an incorrect assumption somewhere and it is actually intuitive.
Yeah.
Anyway, next one is this one. Switch to holster ranger explanation. Same thing here. You'll want to do dialogue ID and dialogue the selection. Skill requirements. Oh, one thing as well you can do is actually just to copy. So right click this part, copy it, and paste it directly. And it autofills everything you did for you. This is particularly useful for anything that's really complicated. Like if you have put in like all the frigging requirements in the world, like I have, then you can just copy and paste instead of building it, hand building it one by one.
So it will be copied into the entire branch?
No. So you have to actually select a specific part of it, element of this part. So let's say I wanted to only copy the story flag requirements, then I could copy only the story flag requirements. You can see where the white bar is. Whereas if I wanted to copy all the interaction requirements, I would have to select that one, and then you can only paste it into the interaction requirements. You can see, for example, if I open a user tag here, I can't paste the interaction requirements into the usage tags, but I can do it into the interaction requirements. Yeah, makes sense. Oh, frick. What did I do?
I see.
Okay. Now I have... There's no usage tag here. The third one. The way that this is laid out is also how it shows up in the game. So if you want to reorder one of them, you can actually just move it up and down like this. So click the sidebar and then drag, and you can actually make things change orders. I'm actually not going to finish. Or am I? Yes, no, I am. Actually, no, I'm not. What I'll do is finish the quest. So item requirement. And usage tags and select. then that should open up the butcher quest, but in case it doesn't, oh, it was already there. Okay, copy, paste. And then next one is the next one. So one of the downsides of doing, actually, I could just duplicate. I might just duplicate. And copy, paste. Copy, paste. And then duplicate. Oh. Oh shit. Whoops. We're not doing that. Have I duplicated? Hang on. Oh yeah, so one thing about the sidebars. Depending on where you click, you could be duplicating the whole thing rather than just an additional branch object. So just be careful about that, which is what I just did.
Oh, all right.
Okay, so then here, duplicate this part. Cool. Then do you advise to share? Special questions. Actually, what am I doing? I can just copy the whole thing. Then duplicate. Then copy. Paste. That was a lot faster than me hand typing everything in. Oh well. Alright, so from that point, what I will do is delete. I'm actually not going to delete it. So one other thing you can do is that if you've already built all this stuff but you don't want it to be conditional, what you can actually do is then switch it to a normal branch. It does in fact save everything. So if you switch it back from normal branch, normal chat to conditional, you'll get all your work back. But you can also just switch it like this.
Mm-hmm.
So unfortunately, I think actually I'm gonna try to see if I can lock it in place and do one with conditional and one without. Nope, no, unfortunately can't do it that way. Pity. Okay, so yeah, okay. So in that case, what I will do instead is I need to delete everything that is not a question mark.
Mm-hmm.
So what you do there is you can just go directly up to the branch objects, copy this. Actually, is this the correct one or is this the, no, this is the wrong one. Okay, so I need to go to the other one. just here. Switch it back to normal chat. Switch this one back to normal chat. Or branch rather. Oh, okay, it's already there. Yeah, okay, so that's basically that. And then what I will go do is make an encounter for it. So, initial range of learn. Right, let's talk about encounters. So we've done dialogue now. So let's talk about encounters. Now, when we've made dialogue so far, dialogue is basically just what the player sees in game. However, there's no way for a player to just run into dialogue. They need to run into an encounter first. So an encounter encloses dialogue. To open that, you go into the folder for encounter. Same thing, find the right place, and then make a new encounter. Name it here, first of all. Then name it up here. So when you name it down here, this is the name that the game uses to reference it within the game itself. So if you type in, for example, known range learn into the dev console, the cheat console on the game, they'll open this specific encounter. However, let's say you name this known range learn 3. If you type in known range learn 3, the game will not open it and will not be able to find it. This has nothing to do with this. This is for your own, like, effectively your own, like, to know what exactly you're trying to say, but this doesn't actually have anything to do in the game itself.
So the game will always reference the name down there.
That's correct. So one thing I've done with this is that every time when I name combat encounters, the game what I'm referencing is the short form, and then the long form is what it is. So that's my own
yeah,
manipulation.
I see.
Yeah, mainly because this is something that you have to hand type into something I'll show you later. So this is just easier for me to reference, and I can do a lot more without running off the screen. Because I don't have a big screen like Justice does. So if I want to do, for example, something that's 1 armed range, 1 fire elemental, 2 Elastic Wraiths, I can do it in like 10 characters rather than, the 25 or 30 that there is here. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right, so we back to building that one. So known, you can tell where Justice and I accorded merge stuff because this is a Justice thing, and
Yeah.
Cool. Where did I leave known? It's in alphabetical order. It's here. Okay, cool. From here, you want to tell the game what type of encounter is it. Is it a combat encounter? Is it a dialogue encounter? A random or conditional random encounter? So the ones that I use most often are combat and dialogue, but you can see that we have other ones for availability as well. These two are more often used in dungeons because we basically want to give them a list of... we want to give the game a little bit more of a... Open one of these 3 potential encounters instead. And that can be really useful. But for the moment, we're going to use dialogue because that's what we're doing. The encounter weight here is basically how often does this encounter show up in-game. It is working on a raffle system. So it is not working on a percentage count. So this is not saying that it's 10% chance of appearing. It's actually counting this number against every other number that you have in that area, in that location. So basically you can see that every one of these, apart from that one, has a specific number. Let's say 40, 30... Actually, let me change the name here. It doesn't show up in game, but...
So the higher the number, the more often it appears.
That's correct. So, for example, if you have a... so it takes the total number of everything that's available at that point in time and then rolls against it. So if you have, for example, the total number is 800 and you have put in an encounter weight of 10, that means that this encounter is a 10%, a 10 out of 800 chance of appearing to the player.
And what's the chance in our case?
I don't know because I haven't
What's
done
the
the maths.
highest number?
The highest
Oh,
number of the highest number, I don't know because honestly, it's every single time you add one of these numbers, uh, it adds to that total number. So before I added all the encounters, we had a total number of like 400, and now that I have added all these encounters, it's now 800 or higher. Uh,
oh,
yeah. So, however, so unfortunately at this point it's kind of based on feel. Justice, I've asked Justice to create a tool where you can see what the total number is, so you can create kind of the percentage chance. But this might happen after the demo, so at the moment you just have to go on feel, unfortunately.
oh, I see. Oh, speaking of the demo, that's also what I was wondering about. You're currently finishing the demo for the Steam page, right?
Yes. Yes. Yes, correct. Kind of. So we are doing the Steam page we have is the demo Steam page. This is not the final games page. The final games
Yeah.
page will be a completely different build and will be down the line in like a year or 2 years.
Yeah, I was wondering, is it safe to post a demo this early if the game is gonna be finished only in a year or even more?
Have you played a demo before?
Nope.
Okay, then yes, it's safe. Demos are quite common. They are used mostly to create hype effectively and give
Yeah, I
people,
know.
to try it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it's safe. It's well, it's safe as long as it's not horribly broken. Because whatever demo whatever impressions we give, it's like, do you like this gameplay? If you love this gameplay, we will have lots more of it with more advanced and like more fixes and stuff like that in the future. And so it creates
So
this amount of hype. Hmm.
so people usually post their demos like a year before the game releases or even more.
Uh, no. So there's actually three ways. Well, okay, there are multiple ways that people can kind of build that kind of anticipation. There is so the reason why we're doing a demo is that we don't have any money. I'm
Oh
sorry,
yeah.
but it's true, right? And with the demo, we can then use that to actually show it to people, whether that's potential players of our full game, or whether that's publishers. Uh, Most indie games have demos. Bigger game dev places don't. Yeah, that's true. Um, yeah, because we don't have the budget to just drop a game, or to do the extensive marketing campaign that's required to build up the pre-orders and build up the hype that people will buy the game when it comes out. This is effectively a way for us to make sure that people have heard about us before we launch the full game, so that when it comes to actually making money, we make more money. Right?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That's fine. I mean, are you being paid at the moment? Because I'm not.
Me, of course, me neither.
Yeah, no. So that's what we're doing. Um, so that's why we're doing the demo first. We are also going to be using the demo on the Kickstarter that we're doing as well, which is coming up very soon. So yeah, we want to try to get this demo done as possible. That being said, this is a lot of content for a demo. Like, I'll be honest, um, there are the range of a demo can go quite a long way. You can go for someone with
Yeah.
who's just one level, or you can have someone who's got most of the game built and is showing that off to people. And then when they launch the full game, there's just even more. Baba is You, specifically, originally launched as a Flash game, was a full drop, but then they effectively used that as a demo for the full release of Baba is You, which is now, I think it's got like almost double or triple the number of levels it did in the original Flash game. So
Oh.
yeah, so that basically. Uh, how do I know this? I play Baba is You when it was a Flash game because I'm old. Um, moving on. So
Yeah, I was just kind of worried that the hype might be we might get the hype we want, but then in a year or two maybe it won't be even there. But then but now
yeah, that
that
makes
you've
sense.
explained that to me, I see that if we publish the demo and if it's successful, it might even not take a year like we expect in the first place. Maybe it'll take sooner, right?
Maybe, but of course the thing is that we can always add more things, and so we can always stretch out the time more.
Yeah.
In the sense of like the longer we spend, the more we can add. So not saying I'm stealing paychecks or anything. So
Yeah.
the yeah. So basically what The demo gives us a chance to get eyes on our project, and then it's up to us to keep the eyes on that project, whether that's through releasing, well, streaming like I'm doing now,
Yeah.
or yeah, or you can. So Sam said you can keep the hype up with adding stuff to the demo too, but I don't know if that's how it works. I think you can patch a demo. That's because the Steam page for the demo is the same as the Steam page for a full game, so you can patch and keep updating the demo. But effectively, that's I'm not actually sure about this one. I'll have to ask Justice about this. I think we're intending to keep the demo roughly the same because the only time where you can patch a game like that is an early access, and that's a Steam exclusive. And early access is a slightly different thing to a demo.
Yeah, I was gonna say about that. Yeah.
So that's another of the ways to kind of build and create and continue to create hype. Um, Early access is more commonly used by bigger games. I think Cyberpunk had early access if I'm not wrong, but Hades 2 is probably the biggest example of early access because their studio, Supergiant, is a studio that kind of lives and dies off early access at this point because they did it for Hades 1 and that works so well that they're doing it for Hades 2 now.
I
I
mean,
Yes,
Baldur's Gate 3 is a great example of an early access. I
yeah,
mean, they kept the
exactly.
game for how long in early access?
A
For
long time.
over a year, no?
Yeah, more than like a
If I
year,
remember correct.
something like that. So again, early access is also a really useful like other choice. However, Justice doesn't like early access because he works and his work career has been in big game. But Baldur's Gate, yeah, Baldur's Gate is a slightly different story because Baldur's Gate is part of a existing franchise. So there would have been
Yeah.
hype anyway, regardless of what they'd done. But of course, early access being so good, really helped as well.
Yeah, I mean, they did it in a very clever ways, but
100%.
exceptionally. I mean,
Yeah,
they um they used all the player feedback from the
mm.
early access to improve their game even further.
That's what early access is about, though. It's about launching the game, getting player feedback, and then changing the game according to player feedback.
Oh, all right.
That's what early access is. That's what that's for. Um, I think if I'm not wrong, it's something. It was like a development of a feature for I think Greenlight, Steam Workshop Greenlight. It was like kind of like a progression of that feature, but I could be wrong here, so don't quote me on that one. But so it's a really useful way. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. The reason why we're not doing that is that Justice doesn't like it. So we're not doing that.
Oh, why? Why though? Why though?
You can ask him for his logic or his reasoning. Sorry, but Michael also doesn't like it either. So the reason why, and both of them, so I don't know whether Michael's told you about his background. Michael's been in the indie game scene for quite some time as a composer. So we have an
Hmm.
experienced composer and an experienced programmer, which is beautiful. And then the two of us can just bumble
And
around and
me,
fuck
a
up stuff.
total newbie.
Yeah. Can just bumble around and fuck up stuff. No, I for myself, I've done a lot of game design outside of this, just in tabletop RPGs and like live games. So I used to
Hmm.
run an airsoft club, so I'd be sort of game designing on with live
Oh,
players. So I have
yeah.
done game design before, and I am a writer, but yeah, this Unity and GitHub is new to me. Um, but yeah,
Interesting. Yeah.
so yeah, anyway, the point is that neither Justice or Michael like early access. They both think it's, if as far as I understand, they both think it's kind of cheating, in the sense that instead of creating a good product from the get go, and then letting people play their good product, you are intentionally releasing a bad product, uh, for people to then improve. That's their opinion on it. I don't agree, but it's
Yeah, I don't
Justice's
agree
game.
either.
Yeah,
I mean, it depends on how you do that as a
yeah,
developer. I mean, you
absolutely.
can you can just tell people honestly that this is an early access version and it will be improved, and you can honestly, genuinely ask people for their opinion
Yeah,
to
100%.
help with improvement the
I
game.
think
Yeah.
part of the issue has to do with the price. Because we're going to be charging, so this game is going to be selling for about $10 USD. Um,
Hmm.
which, by the way, to me, I'm like, wow, that's really cheap for what we're doing. Okay, I'm cool with that.
I was thinking 15 at least.
Yeah, but no, $10 USD is what the intended price is at the moment. Because it's $10 USD, uh, early access games, they tend to be especially from bigger studios, they tend to be quite a bit more expensive. Hades 2 early access is $60 US, which is the
Oh,
price
early
alone.
access at 60.
Yeah.
And afraid to ask what was the release price?
I mean, it's an early access game, so it has. Oh, sorry, I'm talking about Hades 2, not Hades 1. Hades 2 early
Oh,
access is $60.
yeah,
They're
I see.
so I suspect it has to do with like, why are they charging someone so much for, such for a game that's in progress. Um,
Well, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I agree. I can agree.
hmm. I suspect part of the and I don't blame Supergiant for this, by the way. I think they're an amazing company. I loved Hades to bits, and I would have bought Hades 2 as well to give them feedback if I could afford it. It's just that $60 US is quite a lot for me. Um, the I think, if I'm not wrong, that the price that you set in early access is the price of the final game. So, like, if you want to charge it a lot, you have to charge early access a lot as well. I think that's how it works. Don't quote me again. I'm not sure. But that could be why Super Giants is charging $60 for an early access game. Um, and that would also be why Justice doesn't want to charge that much for
Yeah.
this game. Right. So that's one of the
Well,
other ways.
payback periods used to be longer in in all industries, not just in games.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So right, so those are basically the two ways that we do things, or like build hype or keep hype. There are other things as well and other ways you can do it, but those are the ways that are quite common on Steam. Right. So from here,
Yeah.
so for this particular encounter, I'm going to drop the encounter weight to 0. I don't want people to run into this encounter at all, because it's part of a question. So I build that. I go back into okay. So oh right, and then I make this only show up if you hang on. Initial range. Flags ranger meeting, cannot have story flags ranger merchant, cannot have story flags ranger introduced, and then known ranger I do story flag requirement, required story flags, actually no, required quest completion. It was who is and then I brought this up to 40. What was my original 80? Okay.
I remember Justice mentioned this is his
Passion project.
But has he said anything about his plans for his long-term plans for a distant future after this project?
Yes, this is also his long term project. So one of the things and why he's brought us on to do stuff for him is that this particular set of tools that we have that will only be added to as we go on is intended to be something that can be used to create an infinite number of DLCs or mods or both. So
Or for this game?
for this game, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see already, because these are just the tools, right? And we can, with our creativity and our writing skill and so on and so forth, we can then create any number of stuff, right? So if we want to do a horror thing, we want to do like a Bloodborne style thing, we want to do like a No Man's Sky type thing, you can do it all here. This is
in this game for this game.
I mean, not for this particular game, but like
No.
within with this set of tools.
Oh,
You can do literally anything. I would say. Oh, okay. I would say literally anything, but you can do a
so
lot of
that
things.
is his.
That's his long-term goal.
So that is his ultimate goal for the future.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so the long term goal for this is that we want to have a community, like a really thriving community of modders or people just making stuff within this game.
Oh, you know that I've been wondering about one thing for a while, and
Hmm.
what you just said made me wonder even more. Why did Justice decide to make this a visual novel? I mean, uh, he could have made it a 3D game. I mean, it would have
Yeah.
required much more efforts and
Ironically, it's probably easier for
resources, I
us.
know, but
No, no, it's probably actually
um,
easier for us to make a 3D game than a 2D game. He's
oh,
better at
really?
3D than 2D. Yes.
He's anti 3D?
No, no, no. He's better at 3D than 2D.
Oh, and then another reason to ask why. Why did he not make a 3D project? I mean, wouldn't it be way even more, even cooler to make a community of modders for a 3D game than a visual novel?
Gotta ask you a question. Which do you think requires more knowledge for a modder? A 3D game or
3D?
3D games
Yeah,
easier for you?
definitely 3D.
Really? Okay.
Um,
I didn't expect that.
so what? No? Is that a wrong answer?
I'm actually surprised. No, I would say for a complete novice to programming and writing and creating art, a visual novel is by far the easier thing to learn.
Yeah, that's what I mean too, yeah.
Then yes. That's so he did it as a visual novel style because that's easier to learn. And easier
Oh,
to
for him.
no, 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 not for him. For a potential future modder, right? So
Oh,
if we want a thriving mod community where everything is available for modders to pick up and just to create their own stuff in, um,
so
and
he
yeah,
so he put emphasis on availability rather than scale and coolness,
I
let's
suppose,
say.
yeah. I suppose you could say that way. Scale is probably not the right word for it. But
Yeah.
yeah, availability over coolness is probably. The other thing has to do with I guess the driving core mechanic and intention for the player as well. So the vision behind it, right? The driving core mechanic for this game is exploration. It's about self expression. It's about exploration. So we want players to have the feeling of wow, this is something new. This is something that's really cool, and that they see it around every corner. That is a lot harder to do in 3D than it is to do in 2D. It's a lot harder to do in anything apart from visual novels, frankly speaking, because of the budget requirement.
Hmm.
So he went for visual novels, even though I think, if I remember correctly, he actually finds visual novels kind of boring.
He actually what?
He actually finds visual novels kind of boring.
Yeah, so do I, to be to be perfectly honest.
I
I
don't.
mean,
I love
the
visual
reason I'm
novels.
I'm asking,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, there are great visual novels,
Mm.
and I made my first ever game a visual novel too. Don't know if Justice mentioned,
Oh
but
no, don't get it.
um,
That's cool.
the reason I'm asking is because I would imagine that a 3D game, albeit harder to make, would still give much more opportunities, much for
Mm.
modders for
I think
the goal
I
he
think it actually
has.
actually it actually gives you less opportunity as a modder. It basically having a 3D. If you okay, so let's put it this way: if someone wants to create a completely new module for us, right, or like for this game, let's say they want
Yeah.
to do a specifically. I'm just gonna like spitball something. They want to create something, the Seven Circles of Hell, Dante's Inferno in this game. If they wanted to create something that's like a visual novel that has a combat system, but they want to create along the themes of Dante's Inferno, all they need to do is write the dialogue, create some art, create some sound, pop it into the game. You're done.
So again, it's easier.
It's easier, yes. If you wanted to do that in a 3D game, you need to know how to make the 3D models. You need to be able to animation rig. You would need to be.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a good point.
So yes, once again, it's about ease. Um, I personally would like to get us to the point where we become uh, like a specialized competitor to RenP. So in a sense of like, if people really like our game and really like our combat system and like the things we're doing with our
Yeah,
stuff,
well, it's gonna be quite hard. You
It's
know
very hard.
why?
Yeah, Ren'Py is very open. I
Because
know.
because easiness is
Yes.
all about Ren'Py.
100%, 100%. No, I don't think we're going to be. I would love that if we were, but I don't think we are.
Yeah.
It's in the sense of like Ren'Py is super open. Ren'Py, sorry, is super open. As long as you learn Python, you can do anything with it. People have done some truly amazing stuff with Ren'Py, and I fully
Yeah.
agree with that. However, one I guess one advantage that we would have is that everything I'm teaching you now to kind of use this thing. Have you seen a single line of code?
Nope. Yeah, that's what I noticed.
Yeah, that's I think that would be our like I guess key advantage. The disadvantage is that we don't have the flexibility available. That being said, of course, you can dive into the code. It is possible for you to dive into code, but you can also do everything here without doing a single line of code, which is something that Ren'Py doesn't do. I think it's been a while since I used
Yeah,
Ren'Py.
another reason I'm asking is simply because, like I said, I basically I have a large fantasy world of my own that I'm still working on. In fact, before I
That's cool.
hopped in on the stream, I was working on the story document for my own passion project. But my problem is that my passion project is more ambitious than one could ever possibly imagine. I'm sure I know experienced developers hear that all the time in the industry, but still, that doesn't make the problem uh, less of a problem for me. And I've just been wondering why some people would prefer 2D over 3D because I only see my passion project personally in 3D.
Okay, that's
And
cool.
now,
That's totally cool, man. Like, it's that's fine. If your passion project you can only see in 3D, then do it in 3D. Really simple. But this is for the people. I would say that this modding this, if they want to do that, is for the people who do see their project in 2D.
yeah,
Yeah. Ren'Py only uses Python. That's why it's called Py in the name. Talking to the
yeah,
Sam. But there is a little bit of you do need to write certain bits of code into Ren'Py. Like well, it's not that you need to write code, but you need to get used to the language you use in Ren'Py.
mhm.
Whereas we don't do anything at all. It's purely click things, drag and drop, type in, write in the text. No, there's no coding involved. Well, there won't
Can
be.
you code?
Can I code? No. That's why this project's perfect for me. I'm hopeless at coding. It frustrates me beyond belief.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, same actually, same.
so this is a beautiful project for it, and Justice is lovely. Is fantastic at just like listening and doing stuff, and really pumped at it. So I'm so lucky to be in this project, and I should tell him that more. This is
Yeah, so should I.
yeah Ren'Py for people who can't code at all.
Yeah, I know. I made my visual novel in Ren'Py
Well,
a few
then
months
you can
ago.
code somewhat.
Yeah. Well, I can code in Python.
That's good enough. You means you can work on one language. That's better than me.
Well, I mean, I only saw literally a couple, or maybe three very basic tutorials in for Ren'Py before I made it, but yeah, I
Don't
guess
put
you
your
could say that's
don't put
already
yourself
something.
down, man. Don't put yourself down. You made a game that is amazing. All right, that's fantastic.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
So I will let you know. I have my own passion projects. I have my own like fantasy worlds. I say multiple because I have multiple, and I've been trying to make them for years. Uh, I do not see them only as games. I actually made a short film in 2018
Oh,
based on one of them. However, I also ran into all the problems of filming a short film in head first, and it's not in any feasible state to show anybody. So it's still sitting in my folders. Yeah, like look at what Sam says. You know, you're doing better than me, Gary. Can't even code or understand it. Yeah,
you can do it. I'm rooting for you. If you want, you can, I
yeah,
think.
yeah. So for me, I don't for the my fantasy worlds, I don't care what medium I do them in as long as they get shown to other people. But at the moment, they're not in any feasible state to show to other people. Um,
Well, yeah, continue.
yeah, so maybe I'll do this to make my fantasy real into reality in the future. But Yeah, not at the moment. Obviously, for now, I just want this demo to work well enough that we can actually use it to make stuff that people can enjoy and play.
Yeah.
The world for this particular for Asteria specifically, I have added a lot of lore to the background, but it's not in the game, so you can feel free to use it or disregard it as you like. Um,
All right.
is well, actually, please don't disregard it. I worked hard on it, but no, in the sense of the way I conceive the world of Asteria is that Justice wants this game to be, or the world of this game to be generic JRPG inspired.
Oh,
So it is effectively like if you've played any JRPG in the past and you know that the tropes of a JRPG.
I haven't, but I
Oh
know.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay, cool. So in that case, then it's a it's something that's based very similarly off it. That's what he wants the world to be. Um, for me,
Well, I kind of noticed. Yeah, I
mm-hmm.
kind of noticed.
So for
Well,
me, yeah, go on. Go on. No, no, you go on first. Sorry.
we're very much like, I mean, I started off as a writer. I always thought my key skill, key talent is writing,
Mm-hmm.
and um, but then at one point I realized it's too, how do I say it? It's too little for me.
I see.
I realized I maybe I want to make a movie too,
Mm-hmm.
based on my world. I even wrote three full scripts for the
Mm-hmm.
for the first
That's
three
cool.
movies, and back then my role model was George Lucas. I
Okay.
absolutely admired and still admire how he,
Yeah.
first of all, how he proved that you can absolutely make a an iconic franchise without having written a book first to
Yes.
base it off on. And now I realized a movie is too little for me too. And now I'm trying to make it a game because, um, in my opinion, I mean, I see it as the ultimate form of art because a game essentially combines all other forms and also makes them all fully interactive and
Mm.
immersive.
Mm-hmm. I fully
So
agree with you.
I
Yes.
might have come to that realization a bit later than I would have hoped I would, but still,
No, I
well, that's
fully
my
agree with
passion.
you. No,
Yeah.
I fully agree with you. I'm also fascinated by that. For me, I'm a little bit less, I guess, tied to genre or tied to medium. If I could make a game that is also a movie or like the kinds of really cool stuff that's happening with YouTube Shorts, I'd be down for that too.
Yeah.
I ran an alternate reality game about 10 years ago. I don't know if you've heard of those things. Effectively, they are multimedia games that are both fictional and non-fictional at the same time. Um,
Oh.
they are so basically they're like the most I guess classic example is like I Love Bees or the Beast. I Love Bees was a promotional campaign for Halo, I think 2, and the Beast was a promotional campaign for AI, the movie. But specifically, what they
Hmm.
are is that they're kind of like an online scavenger hunt. Or those classic examples were like an online scavenger hunt with like clues and puzzles and just ways for communities to get together and solve or experience a story collaboratively and together. Kind of like a D&D campaign, but en masse, like big scale. Um,
Yeah. Sounds interesting, actually.
they're fascinating, and I wish they were more around. The scene is still active. There are still quite a few ARGs running, but nothing to the extent of I Love Bees or The Beast, which had probably thousands of players active at a time and all collaborating at the same time. Um,
I think in this case specifically, it's a matter of technology. I think once it's fully, it's not enough just yet. I think
I think.
for that kind of games.
Well, I mean, those I Love Bees and The Beast ran in 2004, 2006. So
Hmm.
there was at the time they were really big, but of course now with so many more competing things available to people, they're just smaller. Still a niche available for people who are interested, but smaller in general. Um,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people are already predicting that the future of games is gonna be fully, um, completely immersive with all the alternate reality and other
Virtual
stuff like
reality,
that.
yeah, absolutely.
we might even see a whole new meaning, much broader of that word, the
Yeah,
word immersive.
100%. I agree with that, and I do think that the future of that comes with with AI, and VR. However, uh, we're gonna for that to happen, people are gonna have to get over the AI, you know, resentment and like
Yeah,
hatred of it,
exactly. That's
which.
actually what that's actually what I liked about Justin's post on Reddit when I saw it.
Mm,
That he said he's AI positive
mm-hmm,
and always uses it himself,
mm.
because that's what I do too. And I don't understand why people are so resentful at AI. I mean, it makes the life of developers so much easier, and not just developers. How can you
So I
not
would
use
be
it? I
very
mean, right?
careful about putting. I mean, this is on stream, mind you, but fortunately, my stream is tiny and nobody cares. Try to be very careful about saying that out loud because
Oh, really?
it's mostly a kickback from artists, um, artists and
All
to some
right,
degree writers
right.
as well, right? The problem is that right now a lot of art AI is unethically trained on just people putting this stuff out on the internet, which means that
Yeah,
yeah,
I forgot.
it's not good. Writing AI, same, it's the same issue. But part of the problem I think also has to do with the fact that what AI does with okay, what AI does in writing, what AI does. I'm also AI positive, just to make that clear. But what
Yeah,
AI does in writing and what AI does in art are two slightly different things. What AI does in art is that AI images are tremendously good, and if you were to do them in person, it would take you decades of learning, and then even then you might not even get to the same point. So obviously, artists
yeah,
are not very fond of that, and completely understandable. The especially because a lot of image generators, as I said before, they unethically scrape really hard work and then use it as the basis of their training data. AI writing has a slightly different
yeah,
problem. AI writing has a PR issue, not an actual like
yeah,
an,
yeah,
an,
exactly.
an ethics issue. They have a PR issue. The problem with the PR issue is this: when someone who doesn't know about good writing uses AI, they can create something that is like 30% good out of a possible like 3 out of 10 good, right?
Yeah,
To someone who doesn't read a lot, who's someone who doesn't like write a lot, 3 out of 10 is pretty fucking good. However, to someone who does read a lot, who does write a lot, it is very obviously that it's a 3 out of 10. Most of the people on the internet who read do not read that much, right?
yeah.
So they're
Especially gamers,
well,
unfortunately.
yeah, okay. The game, a lot of gamers are like, who cares about narrative? Is the gameplay good? Gameplay's good,
Yeah.
cool. I don't care about narrative. Um,
Mhm.
and then the problem is that when it comes to the money, when you're looking at hiring a writer versus using AI to write, people are gonna go for the cheap option. AI is free, writers are not, and writers are a gamble. AIs are under your control. So there is a certain market of jobs that have now that are in the process of shutting down because AI is replacing starting writers. The moment you get to a certain point, you go, oh, actually, you know what? This AI is not quite good enough. I need to hire a writer. You get, you can
Yeah.
then the jobs open up back up again. But the
But
better
one
AI
day,
does,
yeah.
yeah. So there's a PR issue, um, and of course, a lot of writers, especially starting writers, who aren't better than AI, are very antagonistic towards it, and that makes perfect sense. And it's also not. I don't think it's a solvable issue, because I don't think it's necessarily an issue. It's an issue for now. It's a disruption. Okay, there's a big. It's a disruption. It's not a. It's not like an issue you can fix and then it'll go back to
Yeah,
how it was.
definitely, definitely. Hmm.
It's just that because the art industry, like the arts in general, are so sensitive to disruption comparatively. Like in the past, it was like finance with computers and stuff like that. Change over from paper to digital,
Yeah.
and because there's not as much money in it, already, uh, being disrupted for is a lot more sensitive because it's one thing to change over from paper to digital, and you had a lot of people just fighting that, and even to this day, 20 years after the millennium changed, people still some places still prefer paper over digital. Um,
Yeah.
and you know there's big money in it. In art where money is tight and everyone's struggling for money, for it to then be disrupted further is problematic. And so there's a lot of pushback, and that's
Hmm.
understandable personally. Do I agree with it? No. Am I afraid of AI? Absolutely not. But
Yeah.
I can understand why people would be. Anyway, it's now been 2 hours since the start of the stream, and I have not done anything. Let's do stuff.
Sorry for keeping you.
I don't care, man. Like I said, I've got time. As long as you have time. Okay, so I've done that. Done that. Done that. Okay. Now we get to find out if it. Oh yes. So once you've built the encounter, now we go into. By the way, Gary, I've loved having you on this stream. So if you're
Thank you for having me.
if you're free like next week and the week after, feel free to just pop back in, and just and I'm really happy to have you here and just like show you what I'm doing and stuff like that as well.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Cool.
Glad to learn first and foremost.
Absolutely. Sorry, Sam, you were saying, or having robots run certain processes of jobs. Yeah, yes, but that's a slightly different thing to AI, as like ChatGPT and AI and like image generators AI. That's a different set of AI. It is still AI, I grant you, but it's a completely different type of like AI model, right? It's not LLM anymore. It becomes something else.
Well,
Uh,
about AI art, yeah, continue, continue.
Sorry, what do you mean by what about AI art?
I mean, one could argue that, I mean, that's how art was always done, right? New artists referenced older, more experienced writers and did their art based on their styles, combined their styles, and came up with their own. And one could argue that AI is doing exactly that, but just much more effectively. But I can still see why artists, especially, are resentful at AI.
It has to do with the speed. So if traditionally talking, right? If we're looking at AI, you're correct. The process of like learning from other artist styles and then using
Yeah.
it to your own and so on and so forth. The difference has to do with the learning time and the and just the time it takes to create one piece of art, right?
Yeah.
So there's a joke about a hammer and a experienced senior engineer, right? Where the joke is basically that he goes into a malfunctioning factory, uh, hits one nozzle once, and the factory's fixed, and then he charges $6,000. And the guy asks him, "You did one thing. You hit one hammer. Why am I paying you $6,000?" And he goes, "Well, you're paying for all the learning I did before then to know to hit that hammer." And that's the problem, right?
Yeah,
Where
yeah, yeah.
yeah, it takes 6,000 hours more to learn to get that good, to the kind of good that AI is doing within 5 minutes. And so people think, why should I hire an artist when I can do an AI, right? Which is free or cheap,
Yeah,
and then you lose
it's
two
like
jobs. It's like,
it's almost like being resentful at people with eidetic memory, for example, in studies or in anything. I mean, they can memorize whole passages, whole languages in a few moments, and normal people can't. So
yeah, but
that's kind
it's
of
not the same
a
thing.
little similar.
It's not really the same thing. The thing is that if one person can memorize all sorts of things, that's great. But at best, you are getting one competitor. With AI, that ability is
Yeah,
given to
that's
everyone.
yeah,
That is the problem. Suddenly, your competitors are manifold, and because
yeah,
a lot of employers don't really care about what kind of art they've got, like who created the art, as long as the art is good. The competition becomes crazy fierce and crazy difficult. So yeah, it makes perfect sense why artists don't like AI. I would
hmm,
say it's especially more prominent in people who aren't at the point where they have a really set workflow, because for people who are still doing like one piece of art at a time, uh, it takes time for them to make decisions. They don't really have a workflow for it. And so in those cases, AI is particular. Actually, you know what? When I think about what I said, it doesn't make sense. No, it's just across the board. A lot of artists just hate it because it effectively invalidates
Yeah.
all the learning they've done. Assuming they are looking, it's more than a hobby, right? So yeah. So to answer Sam, um, yes, agreed. When robots were automated in certain industries in the late 90s, yeah, no, I fully get that. And AI is still buggy at times. Yeah, agreed. No, that so the latter sentence that you
Yeah.
said, if you don't know what you're looking for, you're stuffed. That is, I think, where the ceiling on AI is, and it is still. I personally think of AI as assistant intelligence rather than artificial intelligence. It's.
Yeah, that's exactly.
But that's not the common. Oh, okay. It's becoming a more common attitude now, but even then, there's a lot of pushback. Um, in the sense of like, yeah, it's a 3 out of 10 if you don't know what you're looking for. If you're looking for something, then you can go way higher than if you write it yourself because it just takes faster, like, as you said, Gary. Um, but at the same time, in order to get to that level, you need to have those skills first. So it's not a replacement in that case for you. Um, but
You still gotta do your own job.
That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, you just have more availability for you. So this is why I'm AI positive.
More
I am like I love
opportunity.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
more opportunity and more stuff to you know. I don't need to spend all this time typing each individual character. I could create everything and then
Yeah.
just edit it, but I would still need to have the skills to edit. That being said, I'm handwriting everything in this game because. So in the indie game scene, because AI is so negative, and this is why we don't want to say it's out loud to anyone. We don't use AI in this game. Just to be clear, this game is in terms of
All right.
dialogue and writing, everything is handcrafted. I'm writing everything. Um, the I'm writing everything. The art has all been hand drawn. Or rather, sorry, the character art has all been commissioned from artists. This is the character art has not been AI designed. Um, like it's everything in this game. And of course, the music's created as well by Michael. So it's a human done. So the reason why the indie game scene doesn't like AI much is because um, it the same pushback for AI happens in the indie game scene as well because indie game scenes rely so heavily on the artists. Um, the what you can make a whole game out of third party assets, and to be honest, a lot of our game stuff is third party assets, but been paid for third party assets. Again, I want to make this clear. But
Mm.
the when you say that something is AI generated, immediately a lot of players of indie games will be a little bit turned off. So our game is 95% human made. Like there
Hmm.
is a little bit of AI stuff in the concept work, but it is mostly created entirely out of humans. Um, so that it's very dangerous in marketing for indie games to say that AI did some of this. Very very dangerous because there are people who
Yeah.
hate AI enough that they will immediately turn off, even if they would otherwise have loved the game.
A
So
lot of prejudice
yes,
blocking
yes,
uh, the way to effectiveness and ultimately success, effective success.
yes. I think if you hit the mainstream, so if you are able to breach out of the I play indie games and only indie games market. I'm not making fun of them. I fully understand that attitude. But like if you
Hmm.
break out of that particular type of restrictive player mindset, then AI becomes less of an issue. But if you are in that sphere and you are marketing to that sphere, you have to be careful about it. And we are currently in this sphere, by the way. If our marketing campaign somehow goes amazingly and we breach into the mainstream and everybody and their dog plays this, um, then
Yeah.
we'll be fine. But we have to be careful where we are now.
Well, even then, I would still be careful about
Yeah,
AI,
100%. No,
to be
absolutely.
honest.
There is a really big AI pushback. There's a lot of people who are
Yeah.
pushing back, not because it affects them personally, but just because their friends say so, and then they feel so, and then yeah, and stuff like that. So again, we want to be careful about it. Of course, to get to that point in the first place, you need to have a lot of money to do the marketing campaign. Either you need to have a lot of money, or you need to have a lot of skill in doing the marketing, which unfortunately we don't have that level of skill or money. So
Yeah.
I have some level of skill in marketing, and I did very briefly, I did learn copywriting, and I can do copywriting, but it's still not a, like, I wouldn't call it considerably a, look, I'm not running my own ad agency. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I can do bits of it. I can't do all of it. All right. So, for one thing, I can't draw for shit. So, creating ads or pictures is gonna be a tough one. Okay. All right. So once again, let's go back to the actual game itself. So we have the encounter. We've built the encounter. The encounter now houses the dialogue. The dialogue, we've created. Now we want to load that encounter into the area so that the area can then spawn it, which we do through
Right.
this way. So we look up Misty Vale Woods. This is the picture of a location, and then down here, at the very bottom here, we have possible encounters, and then you would want to click the plus icon, and then go looking for your encounter. In this case, I know what the encounter is called. It's No Ranger Learn, or Known Ranger Learn. So double click it, and then once you click that, and it's been added to the list at the bottom here, you click this little button here, which is an autofill, and what that does is it takes the text of this and puts it into this particular table. Once again, this is the same thing as the mod loader, and then the text, the string. Same thing here. Make sure you've got one of both.
Yeah.
Last thing to do to make sure that it's in the game is to load it into your mod bundle. That's your mod bundle. Your content bundle, and your content bundle in the mod loader, which is why I started that phrase. How you get to that is that you go back to data, you go to content bundles, and then you go to the one that's yours. So obviously mine is Grok, yours is Gary. Load it into yours, please. Once you're here, this is all the things that you've created that you want to load into the game. When the game loads, it takes all of the available content bundles, anything that's in anyone's, and it puts it into the game. So don't worry if you didn't put in like the intro and the camp tutorial, because that's in the game from Justice. But just as long as it's in one of them. So in this case, it's an encounter and also a dialogue. So I'll add it here. Hello? Yes. Okay. So down here, now you note this is a very different sort of setting. There is no ID for this one. This is only the hard reference. So you basically want to scroll down, find the right one, tick it, or you can also just type it up here. Search bar against your friend. In this case, it was known. Just click the tick button. You're done with that, and then make sure that you've added everything in. Known. And that's it. And then basically what you do is then you test it. Once you're done with that, if you want to be safe, you can save it first before you test it, but it's not strictly necessary.
Could you show from the beginning just once more, very quickly?
Yes, of course. One moment, because my game is saving and my Unity is slow enough that it will take at least 20 seconds. Minimum. Usually about a minute.
Because I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't have the level icon in my Unity. For some reason, do I have to pull?
The level icon?
Yeah.
What do you mean by the level icon?
Oh, the one with the green map, or
Okay. No, that's because
that you used.
Yeah, that's because I just searched it directly. So if you wanted to actually find it, it's in locations. So we go to data, we go to locations.
Oh, it's in locations.
Yes, and then it's.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, yeah.
And then you go to Misty Vale and find Misty Vale Woods, which is this one here.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so it's here. So I just searched into the search bar, because the search bar takes the entirety of the data that you've got. But it's. Yeah, I mean it's just faster for me because but
Yeah.
but you can of course access it manually as well. All right, so then from that point, we're looking at so testing, because I've already put it into the game.
No, wait.
Oh, sorry, you wanted me to go through. Okay, sorry, this is gonna be
Yeah,
wild.
one second, just quickly, 1 second, so I could make
All right, no worries.
completely sure.
Apologies, apologies. Okay, so you wanted me to go through how to add it to the content bundle? Was that what you wanted me to go through?
Yeah, that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. This will be a while because my computer takes a while to load stuff, and if I try to cancel it midway, it'll crash Unity. So
No worries.
we'll wait. Like I said, I'm going to be saving this VOD and posting it to YouTube. Again, on a channel that nobody cares about for now. Hopefully that will change later. So you can reference it as you want if you want to scroll to it. I can't remember what timestamp is, but it's currently E7:26, so it'll be like 2.5 hours in. Maybe like
Much appreciated.
2 hours 20, 210, something like that. No worries. So I am streaming in a really awkward time. I know this. Okay, so I can still do stuff even when the game's loaded. So let's do that. You just have to deal with the music in the background. So if you wanted to add stuff to the content bundle, you want to go to data. So first of all, what part of it are you confused on?
How to add the encounters into a level.
Okay.
I mean a location.
Location? Okay, cool. So what you do there
Yeah.
is you go to the location, say Misty Vale Woods. Oh, I should note one thing. Dryad's Rest is currently locked in the Misty Vale folder. That's one complication. If you wanted to add stuff to Dryad's Rest and you can't find it, just search it in the search bar. It's faster.
Oh, okay.
Right. So then down here, possible encounters. Find the encounter you want. Let's say I do known ranger learn again. Double click on it, and then it will show up at the end of this list. Once you do that, I'm going to close it off because I don't duplicate it. Then you click this button here, which is the autofill button, and then it will add it to the end of the string. Just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Right, so then once you've got this location...
Alright, thanks.
Okay, cool. You're welcome. Once you've got this, then you want to make sure that it's loaded into the mod loader so the game will load it. This basically, if you don't do this step, it will be in the game, but you cannot access it because there's no without data mining, because the location there will be no location which holds it, which means that no matter what you do in the game itself, from within the game itself only, you can't reach it if it's not been added to the location. Basically what this does is that every time you hit the explore button in the game, it will then take a random one from this list. So if it's not on the list, then obviously you're not going to ever draw it. If you don't load it into the game itself via the mod loader, which is through the content bundle, then the game will just not be able to find it at all. And all the reference, if you skip this step but you do the locations thing, the game will be like, okay, so I know that I can draw this encounter from this list, but I can't find this encounter, and then it'll give you an error message. So basically the fail state of not putting it into this screen is that you'll see a screen showing up saying encounter not found, because there's a typo in that one. And if you don't do the location step, but you do this step, you'll just never see the encounter, and that can make it really hard to figure out what's going on. That has happened at least twice now. Oh, I should do one thing before I continue this. Okay, one thing you might have noticed is my mouse kind of got trapped on the edge of that screen. So there's a reason for that. Basically, when you click into this particular screen, the Unity treats it as though you're playing the game, and you can't usually go beyond the borders of the game. What you do to get rid of it is you hit the escape button, and then you can go out of the screen. If you want to lock it in again for whatever reason, just click into the game screen, and then you get stuck like this. So one thing I wanted to show you about encounters, which I completely forgot to do, is this thing here, the one-time encounter story flag. So if you've done the encounter wait and all that kind of stuff, but you only want this encounter to be seen once, right? So it's a story type thing, but you don't want them to see it again. You click this particular box, and what it does is that it tells the game that actually it creates a story flag with the name of the game and the name of the encounter, and then it tells the game that once you have the story flag, don't ever see this encounter again.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, try not to create a story flag that already has the name of it for anything else, and also tick this icon, tick the box, because then you're going to run into issues. But again, the name of it is this thing up here. Oh, one thing about Unity, which I may have forgotten to mention to you. The way that the naming convention, this is a Unity naming convention, if you do capitals in a word, so for example, this one's called known range alone with no spaces, Unity will space them out for you.
Oh.
So the
Unity
name
will put spaces in between
capital
words
letters, yeah.
written in capital. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So if you want to do you kind of just have to get used to that. So for example, if you wanted to create a name called Coca-Cola, right? It will space out Coca and Cola for you. Whereas if you wanted to do something like spell book, if you do spell and then big B for book, it will become spell space book. So it works some ways and it works other ways. So just take that into consideration. Right.
That can be comfy actually.
That can be what?
Comfy.
Comfy? Yeah.
Comfy. Yeah.
Yeah, it can be helpful. It can also be hurtful. It really depends on what your naming conventions are.
Yeah.
Cool. Let me maximize this. Or I will once the game loads. Please don't crash. Please, Unity, do not crash. Genuinely possible. I mean, do I want to learn Unity so I can make my own game in Unity later? Yeah, 100%. But for now, I'm doing this. Cool. Right, so gonna try to see if okay, so this error, I figured out what's going on here. This error will never show up in build because it's basically what happens when you change your resolution, as I did with maximizing the screen, while it's loading something. So because the game when you launch the build, yes, thank you, Sam. 2.5 hours in. When you launch the game build, it starts out full screen. You'll never see that because you're unlikely to be changing resolution midway through a load. That being said, if we do ever see it in a playtest from like someone like who's just playing the game and like, oh, what's this thing happening? Then we will know exactly what caused it. So always good to figure out all these bugs, fix them, but then record them so that just in case. Playtesting, something that I'm sure you're very familiar with.
Yeah.
That only shows up if there's nothing in the text box, by the way. Because you can see it vanishes the moment you add something. Again, if you see anything here, by the way, in the text box that you hate, tell me, and I'll try to fix it.
If I see what?
If you see any text in here that you're like, oh, this is really clunky, it doesn't sound like the personality that I've written down, then tell me, and I'll fix it. Or you can write it yourself, and then I'll add the changes. I took all of your suggestions for Avon, by the way. It's your version's a lot better than mine. So Avon now talks.
Glad you did. Yeah.
Yeah. If you want, I'm going to be adding more encounters for Avon because Avon. So Freda is of the Dryad spirits. Freda's, I guess, role recurring in the demo is that she comes back and she gives you stats in exchange for spending like exhaustion, hunger, and thirst with her. Whereas Avon's role in the demo is currently just that one interaction that you have with him at the beginning. But what's in the character personalities that I want to do is that he's actually the mage tutor for the mage class. So this is what I'm testing right now is the ranger class tutor, and then there'll be a mage. Then Avon will be the mage class tutor, and there is a character that I haven't added yet, which we also don't have art for, who is going to be the warrior class tutor. And I'd like to get all three classes in, but given how much problem this has given me, I'm a little wary. If we only have one class, that's fine. But you know, more is nice too.
Yeah.
So the ranger quest is specifically really hard to complete because personally for me, I want classes to be to you know have a certain amount of challenge involved. They do open up the game quite a fair bit in terms of the tools that you have. So and the play style and stuff like that because they're representative of a play style. But yeah, I'm open to discussion on this, of course. I forgot to actually finish that quest. I can't multitask.
I remember you briefly mentioned that there will be a lot of writing
Yeah.
soon.
Yes, there's a lot of writing. So one of the things is that basically, you know, I don't know how free you are in terms of time. Actually, that's a question. How free are you in terms of time?
Yeah, right now I'm pretty much almost completely free, but starting from around mid-August, I might get a little busier. I
Okay.
don't know how busy, how much busier, but a little busier definitely.
Okay, that's cool. So basically, for this project, because any additional content is good as long as it works, right? As long as it doesn't break the game. Do as much as you would like to do. I generally advise to you know do all your learning now and build a workflow down so that you can create faster later. So if you're inspired and you want to create something, you're not struggling through how to do it. Um, but yeah, so basically, write as much as you'd like to write. Create as much as you'd like to create. Build new monsters, build new combat, build new dialogues or characters and stuff like that. Just know that we don't have enough. We don't have any art for them. But again, the
Mm-hmm.
one of the benefits of having a demo is that people are more forgiving of a demo. So if you have a piece of art that's just a giant black circle, people are like, oh yeah, it's a demo. Okay, that's going to be changed later.
Yeah.
So we can get away with it. But obviously for a full release, we wouldn't be able to do that. The yeah, so do as much writing as you'd like to do. One of the things is that for this demo we have two areas, right? You've already seen both of them. Misty Vale
You have
Woods,
to what?
two areas, two locations,
Oh, all right.
right? So this is Misty Vale Woods, and the other location, the other primary location, is Dryad's Rest, which is this one, the tutorial area
Yeah.
technically. So there's also these two locations, but these are minor locations, so they don't really count. They both only have one encounter in each of them. Misty Vale Woods is the big one, and so is Dryad's Rest. They're only two areas, and each of them have about I'd say probably like five-ish dialogue encounters in them. I think Dryad's Rest has more. I think Dryad's Rest is about 10 or 12. But the full prologue of the game, just the prologue, not even like the full game itself, the prologue has 4 areas. So it's effectively double the
Mm-hmm.
number of areas. The full game itself, we haven't locked down a number of how many areas there will be in the end, but each, I guess, chapter of the game has about 4 areas, 4 to 5 areas, and each there are 8 chapters in the game.
Mm-hmm. Eight
So
chapters.
eight chapters, 5 areas per chapter, give or take. About 10 to 12 encounters per 10 to 12 dialogue chains per area, and so you can already see that the number is like we're somewhere around 80 to 90 dialogue chains. That's not counting combat. That's not counting monsters and anything like that. So there's a lot of writing in the future.
Yeah.
So
The main
again,
thing that keeps me busy at the moment is my own passion project. I've been writing the story document for it. It's kind of hard as well and also time consuming given how I essentially based it off of my how many 8 novels that I ultimately decided to make into a game.
Sorry, have you published
Then
those
they
novels?
grew to 12 giant patches for my passion project that I'm not sure how I'm gonna implement.
Fair
So
enough.
that's what mainly keeps me busy.
I mean,
Oh, and for additional ones, I forgot about them.
have you published those novels? Just as a question.
No, I haven't. I mean, I'd almost completed one of them, the first one, the very first one, but then um first I didn't like
Hi.
it. Firstly, I didn't like it.
Sorry,
As much as I
one
would.
moment there. Hi, Tibinator. Nice to see you. I have no idea who you are, but welcome to the stream. Anyway, so I keep going, Gary. uh,
Firstly, I didn't like it as much as I had hoped I would. And secondly, like
secondly,
I said, secondly, I had almost finished it. I mean, I almost finished it right when I realized I actually want to make games. Right when I
ah,
realized games is what I'm most passionate about.
okay. I fully get that.
So
Yeah,
it never saw the light of day, unfortunately.
that sucks. It's out of interest, right? Because I can hear the accent in your voice. Were the novels written in English or were they written in
Yeah,
your
in
native language?
English.
Okay, sorry about that. But just as out of interest, what's your native language? What's the language, your mother tongue?
Um, to be perfectly honest, it's Russian, but I'm
Ah,
not Russian
yeah, yeah,
myself,
yeah.
nor do
Okay,
I support their actions. Let me say that right away.
don't worry, man.
And I don't live in Russia. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Don't worry about it. It's one of the I guess one of the Eastern European in terms of
Yeah,
Eastern
yeah.
European heritage. Okay, yeah. No worries, man. I fully understand that. Don't worry. I think between the three of us, sorry, between the four of us, we have all of the major ooh scary because my native tongue is actually Mandarin. So
Oh, really?
yeah. But I don't speak Mandarin very well, the native tongue. But I should say that. But I don't really speak it very well. I'm a third culture kid, so immigrated to a Western country when I was very young, and I don't actually speak Mandarin very well. In fact, I'm terrible at it, notoriously terrible at it actually. So, um, so yeah, between the three of us, we have what to say, all the all the scary languages, but we're not actually very scary.
Yeah.
And now I have this feeling that I'm digging myself into a conversational hole, so let's get on with it. So I have okay. So where was I up to? Yeah, just need to. I was testing the. Uh, I should ask actually if Tibinator is still sitting in the stream. How are you doing today? Or this evening, or I don't know what time zone you're in. Welcome to the awkward stream of Grok.
With a special guest.
With a special guest Gary, and who I hope will be a special guest more often because I love having you on stream, man. Um,
Yeah, I would love to as
it,
well. Thank
it,
you again.
it makes me feel like I'm not talking to myself the entire time, which okay, so I just completed the quest, so oh frick, what did I click? Oh shit. Okay, never mind. Fighting first. Yeah, welcome to the preview of the oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. I'm fucking dumb. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'm seriously underleveled for this area because I didn't bother to level myself up. Yeah, I'm dead. uh, okay, well, we gotta redo this entire thing. Uh, yeah, so I didn't bother to level myself up. Um, Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it. You will be my mod if I have a community big enough to need one. Um, but
We might need one for our Discord. Discord.
yeah, we will. But I mean, Sam's busy. I don't. But yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if we had a moderator. If worst comes to worst, I can mod. I've done it before. But you know, it's you. Okay, you accept. Okay, if you're keen, if you're keen. I mean, right now our Discord is currently dead because, like, I'll be honest,
Yeah, it
it's
is.
so dead, man. Fuck. What part of the reason why we have so many people in the Discord, but it's so dead, is that it was very active about a year ago when Justice ran his initial Kickstarter. It was super active
Oh,
at the
he's
point.
already run
He's
one.
already run one, yeah. It was at a significantly different. I guess the game wasn't nearly as far along as it is now. It was a fair. They raised some money. They raised like I think $5,000, The problem, of course, with Kickstarter is that if you don't raise your full asking price, you don't get anything.
All right, yeah, I remember.
Yeah. So he raised about $5,000. It was. I mean, there were people who supported stuff on stream. Stream. Supported stuff on the game, and then the whole thing fell apart. And so they're still in the Discord server, and they're still kind of interested, maybe, but they're not as interested now because we don't have anything to show. So when we launch the demo, when we launch the playtest, we'll kick it up. We'll get active again, and then we'll see how things go. So the core design, core audio, game development channels, they're not publicly available to the
Yeah.
main Discord, so they don't see that. So those are really active, mainly because I'm complaining all the time. But the actual main Discord itself is quite quiet and quite dead.
Yeah, waking up to 100 new messages and even more.
Very sorry.
No, it's definitely all right.
Turn off your notifications.
I think they are turned off.
Okay,
I
cool.
don't get them for those specifically.
Yeah.
Only when you ping me.
Yeah. That's good. That's how I've got it set up as well. I basically ping Justice all the time because usually I found something that I've broken a lot, like a lot. But yeah, so if you find any bugs, anything like that, just pop it into the relevant channel.
Yeah, I think I found one. In fact,
Really?
so I'm going
Actually,
through the
Sam.
first tutorial combat, and I can't close the resource control tutorial text. Let me show you.
You mean the inventory?
Yeah, I mean
Try hitting tab.
hitting tab.
Yep.
Nope, it opens the inventory, and let me send you the
Sure.
screenshot. There, I can't close that. It doesn't work. I click on the X, and it doesn't
Oh,
work.
really? Okay, that seems that was
Yeah,
working fine for me. Maybe it's okay. Okay. Try clicking. I mean, so those enemies don't do anything. The tutorial slimes don't hit you at all.
yeah. And I
Try.
also can't open the options menu to return and
Okay, try just
restart the
dragging.
game.
Oh, so try. Even though the screen is dark, try clicking on the slash icon and dragging it.
Nope, doesn't work.
Nothing works. Okay. Cool. Okay, that is definitely a bug. When I push, so hopefully when this works out and I commit and push, try it again and see whether it's been fixed. Because I have a feeling because it's working fine on my version when I do the tutorial. So there's a chance that when I push, it will just overwrite whatever is happening in there.
Yeah, all right, but now I can't restart the game either.
Press escape. Go leave the
Yeah, it
screen.
doesn't work. It doesn't work. The escape button doesn't work also.
Can you see your cursor?
Yeah.
Drag it to the edge of the screen.
Which
Any edge.
all right.
Press escape. Drag it.
Nope.
So it won't open the control settings or whatever like that. That's fine.
Nope. Nope.
So you can't make your cursor leave the edge of the screen.
No, that I can. That I just did.
Okay, cool. Once you've done that, go hit the stop button.
Oh. All right. Now what? Oh. Oh, that. Yeah, it restarted.
Yeah. So you just do that. So that won't it won't affect the game itself, but you can at least restart the whole game. So that bug should not affect Unity. So you can do Unity things.
Yeah, I forgot about the stop button.
Don't worry, man. I fully get that. You if you scroll up far enough, you'll see me crying to Justice about it as well. This is something I ran into the hard way. So so no worries about that. And Sam, yes, 100%. I would love to start the hype train or party with you. But by the way, Sam, is Tibinator still in the stream? Actually, you know what? That's a question. Are you? Yes, Unity doing Unity things. Tibinator, are you still in the stream or have you left? I'm getting blank silence, so I assume they've left. What a pity. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Let's go back to that. I've restarted the game because I forgot that the dev console still allows you to click things through it. Either that or I just hit something wrong. Anyway. They do a leave. Okay. Well, that's a pity. Oh well.
Sam, are you a writer too?
Sam? Yeah, Gary asked whether you were a writer. I think Sam's taking a minute to type, that's right. I'll just test this while you guys talk. Okay, so I need to... Wow, I wasn't going to say that on stream. Sam, please. Okay, nobody checks this. It's fine. Nobody will watch the stream again. It's fine. Except for people who are already on the stream, like you, me, and Sam. It's fine. Nobody's gonna dig through my archives. I will be saving this VOD and putting it up on YouTube, by the way, for you to reference if you need it, Gary.
Yeah, much appreciated.
No problem. Cool. So I've got talk now, so I can test.
Have you thought about localization for the demo?
No, we're not doing localization. 100% no. The problem with doing localization is, I also wrote fanfics back in the day. Hey, so did I. I mean, that we bonded over this, me and Sam. I wrote gay fanfic because I thought it would get me in good with the girls. It somewhat succeeded. Somewhat. It also got me in good with the boys. Anyway, moving on. Localization for the demo, no. So part of the problem is right now is that we don't have the code set up for it. And
oh, you need a specific code for it, right?
Yeah. So no, we don't have this set up. In the future, we'll probably do that, but again, this is not something that we are worrying about at the moment because we want to have a game to show off in the first place. But yes, definitely post demo. That's on the list. I don't know why only someone of that's highlighted, but that's fine.
Yep, it's definitely a bug. I tried to do it again and it doesn't work again.
Oh, shite. Okay, yeah. I'll try to push and hope that it overrides the problem. Huh? Okay, this didn't do what I expected it to do. Cool.
What did you write fanfics about, Sam? I know that's where a lot of writers start, usually. Especially when younger.
We'll just wait for her to respond. That didn't do what I expected it to do. Corpse. Interaction requirements cannot have story flag. Ah, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Quest requirements.
Blood. I think I heard about it, but never actually checked it out.
Okay, yep, this is liking. Trade something with you. Okay, so that's actually normal. Okay, so that's just the only thing here. Go try that. I'm so close. So close.
Oh yeah, the TV show. I think I saw it too somewhere.
Okay, Gary, you're my new audience interaction person. I can't multitask, so usually I'll be doing stuff and then I just stop talking to the chat. But you're free. You can talk to the chat.
Will do then.
Cheers. Well, of course, same thing for you, mate. If you wanna do like um, if you want to be writing stuff at the same time for the game, just let me know, and then I'll take over for a bit. This is yeah, I should be doing it. It's my channel, but but yeah. Oh wait, let me extend it so I don't get the error again. Okay, I'm actually yeah. Chat is usually just Sam talking me, genuinely, yeah, because this is a very very quiet stream. One thing that Justice and Michael both tell me is that it will be bigger once we have something to show, but for the moment, nobody knows about this game, so there's nobody here. The only
Wait. What?
hmm? What do you mean by
Come
what?
again from the beginning.
Okay, so one thing that Justice and Michael both tell me is that the stream will likely be bigger once we have something to show, but for the
Oh yeah,
moment,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
just Sam, who's a friend of mine. And yeah, so it's just usually it's just Sam, with random people popping in to have a look. I think at one point there were like 5 people in watching the stream, but I have no idea where they came from because, like like why? Why would you check out our stream? I don't know my stream. I don't know. It's yeah. Justice. The joke is that Justice is lurking, but I'm fairly sure he's asleep. It's like 3 a.m. in America at the moment. Um, I don't know because I'm not in America. Um, but yeah,
Justice never sleeps.
Justice. That's true in both senses of that pun. He really doesn't. He really doesn't sleep much, man. Like it's crazy. He's on so much. Like I am so worried about him going into burnout. Oh really? Okay. I have not. I obviously I don't check the Twitch stream. Now that I have this chat overlay, I never check my Twitch Twitch screen anymore. Um the like yeah, Justice he sleeps so I'm so worried about him. He's running the risk of burnout and he's probably on the edge of burnout because he works a full-time job, right? And then he comes home and then he works on this for like 6 to 8 hours a day. Every day. No days off. And then on weekends he just spends the whole day on it.
Wait. How many days a day? A week?
He works on this game every day. Every single day. He's working on it. While also having a full-time job.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, he's so close to burnout for this game. I think he might already have hit it, to be honest. Um, I'm really worried about him.
How
Because
can we help? How can we help him?
just do stuff and don't break the game. I've done 50% of that.
Thought so.
Yeah. So it's like he really appreciates having writers and designers on the game because that means that he doesn't have to do it. But
Yeah, when
yeah,
when he said he'd be glad to have me, I genuinely thought it was my drawings he really liked, and not the fact that I'm a writer.
Anything will work. I mean, we don't have an artist at the moment. We don't have a dedicated artist at the moment. So if your art is, on par,
Yeah,
then very happy to have you, like, as an artist,
if
100%.
my art is what?
If your art is at the same level of what we have currently, in terms of like the
Yeah,
character
I
art,
mean,
then we'll take
yeah,
it.
about that.
About
He
that,
sent me the
uh, briefs.
existing character sprites that you already have,
Yeah.
the ones you commissioned from other artists.
Hmm.
Looking at them, I can tell, in terms of technique alone, they are simpler than yeah. Looking at them again, they're definitely way simpler than how I draw my arts. But
Well,
uh,
here's
what
here's
what
the
bugs me
issue.
just a tiny bit about them is all the details. Yeah, I usually have you seen my portfolio,
I
Grok?
have not.
Because if you have, you might have noticed I don't draw too many details on my characters, but it's nothing I can't work on.
Yeah, I mean, like I
It's
said,
just something
so
I don't usually do.
did Justice send you the art brief? Like, did
The
he
art
give?
brief,
Yeah,
no.
did he send you what we are looking for? Like what we sent to the artist that we commissioned.
Nope, he didn't send me that. I'd love to see that, to be
Okay,
honest.
I have it. So I actually found him the artist for the Celestial Dryad Spirit, the Foxkin, the Ranger character you've been seeing on the screen, which I also need to actually bring up anyway. Um, so she actually met the artist for this at a game jam this year in January. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, her artist is honestly, yeah. So the style that he's looking for specifically is isekai anime. So
Oh
like
yeah,
sort of
I can
online,
tell. Yeah, I can definitely
yeah,
tell.
Log Horizon, all that kind of stuff. And he's looking specifically for that type of anime and nothing else. So if your anime style, if your art anime style is not in that style, then he doesn't want it. That's kind of the issue. So we have, if you do draw that, great, fantastic, we'll take it. Or Justice will take it. He's the one that makes the final decision. But
I mean, like I said, yeah, it's gonna be easier for me to draw than what I usually draw.
okay, if you no, you know what? Do you draw dudes? Do you draw men?
Yeah, I do. Actually, I can even send you
Great, please do.
some of my
Or,
dudes.
or just pop that directly into the core art channel. So do you draw buff men?
Mm, nope, but I can, I guess.
Okay, because Piggy, who's that genuinely is the name she chose for herself. Piggy, who's the artist for this one, she does not draw buff men, and that's why we don't have any male characters in the game currently because we do not have art for that.
All right, let me. I can I can send you and can you tell me if it's something Justice would like?
Yes, please.
Hold on, hold on. All right, there. I mean, these are the two of my dudes I'm the most proud of. I mean,
Yeah, that's not gonna fly. Sorry, dude.
not gonna. If you think
No, no, it's not. The problem has to do like it's good art. Don't get me wrong, but so for one thing, I
not the right
see
style.
the style is not the same. So there's so one thing that you have that justice is will be against is that I don't know whether this is something that you're proud of. So I apologize if this is offensive in any way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, no. Say exactly what you think.
The guy in blue has clamp hands in that one of his hands is gigantic. There's a left hand.
Yeah.
And that's not a anime art style that isekai anime specifically, not like the manga, but like the anime specifically tends to not have his style references. His anime references are Sword Art Online, Log Horizon, Free Run, and
Oh.
yeah. So it's like it's simple, but high technique simple. For ease of animation, effectively. Um, usually with moderately thick line art. Um, so the line art for the left one, the blue guy, is more slightly better, more in style than the one on the right, which
Mm-hmm.
is not got the same. I mean, again, line art is not usually it's something that you can fix. Like that's fine, but the style of it and like the body proportions and the body positioning and stuff like that is all like we're looking for a very very specific style, and this is not that style. It's your own style, which is really cool, but it's not that style. So that's actually part of the issue that Justice is having in finding an artist, because we need to find an artist who can do all the art we want them to do, but be close enough to the style reference and close enough to each other that we have consistent art style for characters across the board. Normally, the people who can do that, and there are people who are with that, of course, 100%, but they cost a lot, because to get something to the quality of like where you can animate it in the same style, you need to have quite a fair bit of experience and therefore a fair bit of cost. Piggy is good enough, obviously, which is why we're using her as like an artist. The problem is that Piggy does not do buff men. That's kind of honestly a big issue. Because obviously, if we only have Bishonen and waifus, that's fine. But Justice don't like he wants buff dudes. We want husbandos, okay? I want more gender equality because I don't want only dudes to play this game. Please let girls play this game too.
So, so we actually have her drawing the characters, just
Yes,
not buff men.
yes, that's correct. So it means that all the characters we have currently in the game who have art, which is the Ranger, which is the one I just showed on screen, the Celestial Dryad Spirit, and there's actually two other characters, but Piggy also touched them up. The Witch and the Alchemist, which I have not added to the game yet. They are all done by Piggy. So first of all, commission Piggy if you have money and you're watching this VOD back later, but also because she needs more money and she's fantastic. But also, yeah, they're all women because Piggy doesn't do men, and if she does men, she does them Bishonen. So we don't
Interesting.
have, like what we're looking for with the character, and what I want for this character as well, is the warrior tutor. I want him to be a big himbo dude. I mean, you saw that in the character personalities. And it's really hard
Yeah.
to be a himbo when you're scrawny, which unfortunately is what Piggy can draw. So we want an artist who can do an isekai anime style with a big buff dude. I guess the closest would be to the body art is actually a Black Clover reference. There is a Black Clover reference, and I have it that Justice sent to Piggy before we found out that she couldn't do buff dudes. But I guess the closest in anime I can think of recently would be Laios from Dungeon Meshi. He's kind of Bishonen, but also a big buff dude.
Mm.
Not, fuck, what's his name? Not the dwarf though. I've forgotten his name. I watched it just recently and I've forgotten his name. Never mind. Moving on. So yes, we are big anime fans here. Uh, actually, what
Yeah,
that
that's another thing I liked about Justice's post on Reddit.
mm, yeah, so love letter to visual novels, anime, and JRPGs. That's what this is supposed to be, except that, I mean, to me anyway, I love JRPGs, I love anime, I love visual novels, so I'm writing what I'd love to see. Um, while also poking fun at some of its quirks. So, right, where was I? I needed to talk to. Go back to Dryad's Rest, pick up the quest. Need to also change that because yeah, the changes got deleted in the last stash. Okay. This screen is too fucking long. Huh? Right. And then it broke. Okay, cool. And then also I need to switch to Train Ranger.
Yay, bug fix time, Sam says.
Yes, indeedy. Fortunately, I hope this is a not. This stream has already gone on an hour longer than it's supposed to be. Yeah, I hope you still have time, man.
Oh, before I forget, have you and Michael already signed your rev share contracts with Justice? I'm
Yes.
asking not because I want to get paid ASAP. I
Oh.
mean, I've only started and haven't done anything yet. I
Oh,
will
that's
get,
actually surprising.
but
Yes, I've already
because
signed.
I'm just wondering at what point in production is it done?
So basically, the rev share contract. So Justice got a little bit burned from it because by interacting with me, because I'm very finicky about contracts. Um,
Yeah, as you should be, as everyone should be, to be
exactly,
honest.
exactly. But so the way that the rev share contract works for us anyway, I actually rewrote some of the contract for him. Is basically that I'm getting a certain percentage of the total money that we get from this from the game. Anything involving the game. So it means I'll get a percentage of the Kickstarter as well. I won't say what percentage it is because I don't want to bias you. It's not a high percentage. I'll just let you know that. And in return for the money that I will probably get, as long as we make money, I am required to do a certain number of tasks per month. That was the original plan. That's what the contract I signed was, and we can renegotiate the contract as if we feel that the contract's not suiting enough, and I probably will in the future. But that is the effective format of the contract. So yeah, I've already signed the contract. I've signed the contract. Michael signed the contract, and the previous team members on the team also signed the contract, and then they got paid out when they left. So the team was bigger before. When I joined the team, there were 5 people. Now there's 4 of us. 3 before you joined. So our artist dropped out, unfortunately, and our artist dropped out, and the second programmer also dropped out as well. So that's pretty normal with rev share projects. Which actually, have you done any indie game projects before this?
Nope, nope. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. Then in that case, yeah, rev share for the contract itself. Read the contract. If you agree to the contract, talk to Justice. I mean, again, if you disagree with the contract or any of the points in the contract, then talk to Justice. He is very easygoing, he's very
Yeah.
open to negotiation. So feel free to do so.
Um, sh where should I find it? Should I ask him
Yeah,
to
ask him.
send me?
Yeah, it's a Google document. So there'll be a link. You just make one with your legal name and then sign it, send it back to him. You can digitally sign it as well, and then just send it back to him.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty standard.
When should I talk to him about that? I mean, wouldn't now be a little too early, I was thinking, or
I mean, generally speaking, for rev share, you want to make sure that you're protected. If money is going to be involved at some point in the process, you want to be protected as early as possible. This is my personal.
oh really?
This is my personal thing, and it's generally a good filter. Like Justice is really cool, and he's super open. He's super happy to do that. He also understands this, right? So anytime you want to, I'll be honest. I signed my contract immediately after joining the team. Like I hadn't even downloaded the Unity when I signed the contract. It was the first thing I did.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Um, I'm gonna I'm gonna tell him the moment he replies to your messages, which he still hasn't.
He's probably asleep. I mean, he might say it's online, but he's probably asleep. So again, it's like 3 a.m. in America. So
Right,
uh,
right, right. Yeah.
if you ping him, he will probably show up. But but I try not to
Yeah,
unless I
let's
really need to.
not.
Yeah.
Let's not. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you can try at a time when he's awake. Tomorrow is a
Mhm.
Sunday for him because once again he's in America, which is like 12 hours behind you, I think. So he'll be awake in like 1 a.m. for me, which is in about 5 hours. So like 3 p.m. for you, I think, if I had done the conversion
Yeah.
right. Yeah. So
Wait,
yeah,
5 hours from now?
5 hours from now. Okay. Now it's like yeah, 5 hours now from you.
Nope,
So
it'll be 6 p.m. for me.
6 p.m. Okay, yeah. So if he's keen, I mean, if he's awake at that point, which he might be, tag him in like general development or just private message him, and just ask, then that'll work.
All right, we'll do then.
Out of interest, I just gotta know, do you play League of Legends?
No, I don't.
Bugger.
But I've heard a whole lot about it.
Okay. So I asked this because I play, and Justice plays as well. Obviously, we're on different servers because we're in different countries, but I was wondering
Mm.
if you might as well. Okay, if you're Eastern European, Counter Strike.
Nope.
Okay, what mainstream games do you play?
Mainstream to be, well,
But
to be honest, none of them.
okay, that's cool.
Do
Indie
you know
games?
Genshin Impact?
That's mainstream, man. Yes, of course I do.
Well, yeah, I would imagine it is mainstream,
It's
but
very mainstream,
for
man.
some reason I noticed some people, well, a lot of people don't, especially mainstream gamers, for some reason they don't
They don't
um,
like it much because
acknowledge, I think,
gacha games is real games.
Genshin
Yes,
and
I
anime
agree.
games in general. I don't know why.
It's because well, the reason why Genshin's not publicly acknowledged, especially by the West. Well, that's not really true. The West doesn't acknowledge Genshin as a real game, but like real gamers, real hardcore gamers, don't acknowledge Genshin Impact because Genshin Impact started as a mobile game, and like
Oh, really?
yeah, it was a mobile game to begin with, and
I thought it's because it's a gacha game.
I mean it's a gacha game. Yes, I mean yes, it's also because of that, but it was a mobile game to start with. That then immediately had a PC port, and consoles as well, but later. But yeah, Genshin is yes, it is a very anime game, and yes, I used to play Genshin
Yeah.
as well. I did stop mainly because two reasons. One reason was that I FOMO'd really hard and wailed really hard when I couldn't afford
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Yeah, that's the gacha game
Um,
bullshit, unfortunately.
it's a fantastic like thing to study in terms of as a game designer, right? If to study how they do
It's a
that, it's
fantastic,
beautiful.
yeah, it's a fantastic case
Case
study
study.
for
Yeah.
a marketologist as well,
Yes, hundred
because
percent. It's
they're
so good. But
Hoyo are a
in
great example of
oh, it's so good.
how not to run a company
Oh, really?
with,
I
especially with this big of a money overflow, you know.
I actually disagree. I think Hoyo's doing a great job.
No, I
For
mean, that's probably because you stopped. Um,
oh no, I'm aware of
just
the
so you know,
I'm aware of the what is it, the controversies.
it goes beyond that, you know.
Okay,
A lot of people don't see it, even though it's right under their nose, you know. It's in the way, it's in the concept of PR and how they treat their audience. That's the problem. Um, well, very basically speaking, all the features players have been asking them for, all the they're giving out tiny little quality of life changes every patch, saying, "Wow, you should be happy." Um, and then they made a whole new game
oh yeah, Honkai,
where
right?
they made all of these things already as they should have been in Genshin from the start.
Right, yeah. I mean,
Sometimes well, not sometimes, but lately, I've noticed lately they've been doing almost constantly. They've been making bad um, financial and marketing decisions,
okay,
even given their own that aren't beneficial even for their concept. I mean, have you seen the new character Emily?
no,
Well, basically, she's been leaked She was leaked a while ago, and she had very beautiful concepts. She had a lot of concepts, and all of them were beautiful. But in the end, when they finally revealed her, everyone was disappointed. Everyone expected them to use. There was a particular
Ooh.
concept among those that got leaked of her that everyone thought they would use, but they didn't. Everyone thought they would use that because it was the most beautiful concept of them all for her, but
Right.
they didn't. Instead, they made her way worse than most players anticipated, including me, by the way.
Oh, that
And
sucks.
that's just one example. That's just one example of how they do it.
Fair enough. Uh, okay. No, I to be honest, I haven't seen Genshin stuff in a while. So I quit, like I said, for two reasons. One of which was FOMOing really too hard for something I couldn't afford, and the other reason, the real reason, the emotional reason, is that when I played Genshin, I picked Lumine, so the female traveler, uh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because my girlfriend at the time looked like Lumine.
Oh, that's
Uh,
so cute, actually.
yeah,
Wow.
and then she broke up with me.
Oh man.
Yeah, so now I couldn't play the game anymore.
Wow, that's. I'm sorry, man.
That's all right, man. It was a long time ago, but like yeah, that's actually the reason I can't play Genshin anymore. And if I do, I'm going if I start again, which I probably wouldn't because I spent quite a lot of money on the account. Um, I'd have to play Aether, otherwise the male traveler, because otherwise it would yeah.
Yeah.
So no, never mind. So cheaper tapadoo. Where was I up to? Okay, so I've done the split up already. Delete the swap. That's in Ranger Learn.
So yeah, lately I've become one of those who got pretty sick of their
Stuff.
of how the Genshin team treats Genshin players compared to how the Honkai team treats Honkai players.
Fair
I
enough.
mean, Star Rail. So
Mm.
now I play Star Rail much more than Genshin.
I also wailed on Honkai, which I couldn't have afforded, so I also stopped playing Honkai. But yes, I did play Honkai as well. I think I was playing Honkai nearly just out of beta. And yeah, then for the first FOMO character, I think Celine, yeah, I wailed on her, didn't get her, and then just dropped Honkai immediately after. I can't say I wailed on her because I didn't actually get her. But I spent like, I don't know, $300, and then I was just like, this is way too much for
Yeah, yeah.
no.
That's
I'm gonna
another
stop.
problem with them, their pricing. It's I remember I saw some guy do the calcs for how much one Primo or one Stellar Jade costs in USD. I don't remember how much,
Mm,
but it was a lot. Yeah.
yeah, it's expensive, and especially because USD being so much more expensive where I am, which I should say is in New Zealand, is it was just not really worth it. So, and honestly, I think Honkai is actually in terms of gameplay, I think Honkai is actually not as is not as I like Honkai's gameplay. Don't get me wrong, but I prefer Genshin's actually of the both of
Yeah,
them.
same, same. But you know, after playing, when I returned to Genshin after playing Star Rail for a bit, Genshin seemed like a like a game for little children rather
Oh,
than well,
yeah,
Star
okay.
Rail for some reason
Story,
they made Star Rail way more well, not way more, but more
theming and
mature,
story.
and
Yeah,
I personally like more mature stuff.
that's totally fair. Yeah, I think Honkai's
So
story in general and like characters and stuff like that, they're all a lot older, more mature. You're right. Genshin's
yeah,
story is incredibly.
exactly.
It's a shonen in a way, right? It's made for younger audience. Um, the I mean
Yeah, you could think the
Paimon on the other hand is the most annoying thing in the world.
yeah,
Fuck, I hate Paimon.
yeah.
Uh,
Everybody hates her.
yeah, she's
I haven't met a single person who wouldn't hate her.
it's I genuinely feel part of it was the voice actress, unfortunately for English. And no
I
no harm to
play
her, but god damn it.
I play in Japanese dub, and there she's not any better at all.
No, I
Let me
wouldn't.
tell you.
It's she's the mix of she's the Navi character, right? And Navi was also deeply hated by the player base.
Yeah,
Um, it's the mix of like incredibly squeaky and I mean, which is a character brief, 100%. So I do in a sense it's a Hoyo choice, but like
yeah,
it's sorry Miho your choice. Um, she could absolutely be made way less annoying, and this, which is also
yeah.
why Celestial Dryad Spirit, when we get her voice acted, and I do intend for her to be voice acted, I am avoiding
Well,
the
yeah.
squeaky voice
Let's
as much as possible.
please let's not make her like
No,
Paimon, please.
100% no. I am not making her squeaky. If I have any control at all over the casting, I am not making her squeaky. Um,
Yeah.
I actually for the Celestial Dryad Spirit, I originally intended for the Celestial Dryad Spirit to be like a motherly kind of character, and then the character brief came out from Justice that he wanted her to look childlike, and my immediate response was, "Oh God, oh fuck, I
Yeah.
got to rewrite her."
That's
Shit.
what I would say too.
Yeah. Um, because I just feel like because I'm deep into fandom, right? I love fandom. I've been in fandoms for 20 odd years at this point. Um, and I know both the like fanfic, like female fanfic side of things because I was in the Twilight fandom when I was growing up. Um,
Oh, really?
yeah, yeah. I went into that for the girls. Again, my my reasoning has always been a little bit sus. But like, I mean, I was
Well,
like,
like most men,
yeah.
don't be ashamed of that.
I mean, it's a little shameful. But yeah, I was like 16 when I was in the Twilight fandom. Um, and that's already given away my age. But anyway, so yeah, so I went in there specifically because there were a lot of women in the Twilight fandom, and I wanted to giggity giggity, you know. So did I actually get it? Absolutely not. Did I learn a lot from that experience? Yes. But anyway, moving on. So yeah, I was in the Twilight fandom. So I've been in the female side of fandom for quite some time. I've also seen the male side of fandom. I'm into anime and stuff like that, and that means that the first character you see in a game is always going to get looted. Every single time, it's going to get looted, and so when the first character you see in this case is a childlike, Sister Giant Spirit, my immediate response was like, "Oh shit!" If this game gets big enough to have Rule 34, we're gonna get
Oh
there's a
yeah,
problem.
yeah.
I said as much to Justice. He went, "No, we're not gonna have that problem," and I was just like, "Okay,
How could
shit,
he say that? How? No, it's always a problem,
yeah,
even for completely innocent fandoms, you know.
100%."
Do you know My Little Pony?
Yeah, you know what? I see bronies and I back away real fast. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
yeah. I know. I fully understand. Yeah, but bronies are another breed, man. Holy fuck. But it's just like you know what? This is basically a podcast now. Hey, but it's like yeah. So I'm worried about it. So I'm writing it so that
As you should be.
yeah, yeah. Thank you. So I'm writing it so that because usually with this kind of character, free red is another example, right? If you're doing the ageless being who looks like a kid, right? Most characters lean really hard on the lowly character art style, which I am deeply scared of. In terms of this game. So I'm just making it like that's why the personality for the CDS is so complicated in the character personalities list because I want to avoid. I want her to sound a little bit like a kid. No, no, okay, that sounds bad. Terrible. I mean, I want her to sound cutesy and like youngish because that's what her art looks like. But I also want her to be very
Yeah.
clear that she is significantly older than that. Like if I'm gonna be leaning on that, she was actually 10,000 years old. I want her to actually sound like she's 10,000 years old. Fuck here, like most of the time.
Like
Um,
Nahida in Genshin. You know Nahida?
sorry, who? Sorry, say the name again.
Nahida in Genshin.
Nahida.
You know her,
I
or did
think
you quit before
I think I
that?
quit
Yeah,
before that. Yeah, but there's
yeah.
quite a lot.
She's basically
Hmm?
she's literally a child, but 500 years old at the same time.
Look, Genshin has an entire line of characters like that. I remember. I mean, even the time I quit, one of my friends was playing, and he showed me his one of his squads, and it was just called the Lowly Squad. It was just like
Yeah,
five, I think five or
I
six
know. Yeah,
characters, yeah, who are all kid looking but are actually 500 years old. So like there's an entire line of things in Genshin, and it sells. Like it sells a lot. So it's a viable thing, but man, my ethics are just like, ooh, this is a little dicey, like a lot dicey actually. Ugh.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm very open in saying that if the kid part comes through, that's not intended and I don't like it. So making the CDS as much as adult as possible with a adult choice to be cutesy. That's the important part. Um,
Hmm.
if you are a grown adult and you feel like you want to be cute, that's a choice that you can make. I will, and then that's the character, the
And
personality
there
I want.
are such
And
adults,
there are
in
such
fact.
adults, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a little bit. It's just that it's common, I would say, for adults that look like children to not act like children because they don't want to be a child. So anyway. This is probably way more thought than Justice put into this. So we're gonna stop
Yeah.
there. But yes, that's something that I'm trying very hard to. I'm aware of these tropes, and I am doing my best to avoid them. Cool. So I have fixed. Oh yeah, I was just doing this train ranger. So that's going to go into like the train under you. That swaps to start encounter. Yeah. Okay. So that means in the so complete meet and talk and move item, and that goes to the success butcher quest. And then it goes to learn how to walk with me more. And then would you like to? Okay, so then that means that I go to a new element. Would you like to learn? Do I have this written up already? To learn. Okay, then that means that we'll go for. Would you like to learn from? Okay, so at this point in the game, what we're trying to do is that I want to give the ranger class to people. I'm going to give the test for the ranger class to people. So, uh, so what would you like to learn? What would you like to do?
Are classes tied to weapons or?
The other way around.
Oh, the weapons are tied to classes.
Yeah. Although
The
you can.
ranger is the bow.
Yeah. Yes. Although. Okay, so I should say. Okay, so it's a little bit more complicated than that. Skills are tied to weapons. Skills are also tied to classes. So some classes can have weapons. Some classes can have skills that are weapon locked, or they can just have random skills. The ranger class does all the ranger class skills. One of the ranger class unique skills is tied to the bow, but the others are not tied to any weapon. So you can be a ranger and still have a sword. You just won't be able to use the unique skill for the bow. Does that make
So
sense?
you can be a ranger and use any weapon.
Yes.
But some skills are tied to specific classes.
Yes. Or specific weapons. Yes. Or both.
All right.
And I'll show you how to do that once I fix this part. So this was a lot of. By the way, if I haven't said it enough, I love the stream and this was a lot of fun and I want you back. All right. What would you like to
Glad you did.
Right. This is the most fun I've had on stream ever.
Glad to be helpful.
No worries, man. Okay, so we're looking at buy animal parts of you for money. Okay, some of me. Okay. What would you like to do right now? I am for the Asteria Bros podcast win after the demo launches.
Yeah, but I vote for the Justice League.
Yes, that's a fantastic name. Fuck, that would be so funny. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that.
And not tell Justice.
I mean, we would have to tell him at some point, probably. Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to check how many
At
people
some
are
point.
watching this. Oh, it's you and Sam only. Okay, cool. It's like it's
But if you
Justice
hear
logging the
this,
stream.
Justice, sorry.
Yeah, you know what? That is the best name. That's so great. Um, it's a pity the game. It's a pity this game's not called League. That would have been like the most perfect name. Um, I like that name though. I really do. The Justice League God. Okay, I love it.
Glad you do.
Fuck. I'm so tempted, man. Maybe.
Glad you like it too, Sam.
All right. So dialog option text. I was locking it into. Yeah, that's what I said. So okay, so I actually need to get to known ranger. So lock this, unlock this.
I wonder how Justice would react if he heard that, if he was with
Don't
us.
know.
I mean, I'm not gonna do that, but I'm just wondering how he would react.
I don't know, but it would be very. It would either be really anticlimactic or really funny. It really depends.
And that's why I'm not gonna do that.
Fair enough. Yes, but he wouldn't even sigh. I've made these kinds of jokes to Justice before, and his response is
Oh, really? You did? And
yes.
And what? How did he react?
He was just like, okay. I have this feeling that given a name like Justice, he's probably had all of these puns made about him before.
Yeah,
So
that's what I thought too.
I suspect that he's just kind of like exasperated, but doesn't respond because he knows that if he responds, then people will do it more. So
Yeah.
having a name like okay, it's really funny. I have a name. I'm not gonna tell you my name. Actually, I might, but not on stream. Like my name is also very easily punnable, but for some reason, nobody has ever punned, or very few people have ever punned on my name. It's very, very ironic. It's very, very weird as well because I used to work a job that was so appropriate to my last name that you would expect that I would hear those jokes all the time. But in the years I spent there, I heard two jokes. It was so weird, man. Like, freaking, I was a manager at this job, and like I spent like 5 years in this job, and I heard jokes about my name exactly twice.
Interesting.
I don't understand what happened, why it took so long. I feel like so Sam said some people had no sense of humor, but I feel like it was so obvious that maybe people just kind of went, I'm sure he's heard those jokes consistently, so I'm just not gonna say anything. But then nobody did.
Yeah.
Like nobody. Not a single customer.
Everybody felt the same.
Yeah. Like no, not a single customer. None of my coworkers. Yeah, maybe they were afraid of offending me. Maybe, but like it's also just like it was on the business cards. I don't know, man. Like it was just I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I'll tell you. I'll tell you later, Gary, if you're still available after the stream ends, which is taking a little bit longer than expected because I'm getting distracted really easily. Okay, so start encounter if story flag requirements has class ranger. I'd like to learn from you. Wait, no, it's not a usage tag, it's a branch object. I can type faster than this, but Unity is slow. How to be as stealthy as you, and that's going to go to test nature. Ranger. Close that off. And then close that. And only if story flag cannot have story flag. Be happy to train you to be as this is only visible if you complete the quiz, so there's no point in having this particular one. Oops. And I'd like to buy something from you. And then, do you have advice to give? And then leave. I should probably write a new share. Oh, that's already been there. Okay, cool. Search that. Walk with nature. Huh? Oh, it deleted the trading one. Bah. Okay, let's go back. Copy. Okay, then I actually need to double check this one because I don't want her name to be visible until later. So just Ranger. Okay, then we have cool. I think that would be everything. Then we go to test nature, which is here. Cool. All right. I think this is finally completed. Hopefully.
Now what?
Now I test it, make sure it works, and then comment and push. Holy shit, it's been a while since I pushed.
Yay.
And
All
then
hail the Justice League.
I'm sorry, this is gonna make me laugh every single time. Yeah, absolutely. Justice is Superman. Who's Batman? Who's the Green Lantern?
I don't care, to be honest.
Who's the Flash? Yeah, no, I don't know, man. No, it'd be funny. It'd be an interesting podcast name. I'd be keen, actually. But yeah.
Oh, by the way, did only you have the requirement to do a certain amount of job within a month in
No,
your contract, or
that's everyone.
everyone, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that what I signed for the. I mean, have you? Are you looking at the contract now?
What?
Are you looking at the contract now?
Nope, I still don't have it. Do you have a? Do you still have it?
Yeah, yeah, of course. But I'm not. It's got my legal name on it, so um, I don't want to show it on stream. I'll do it after.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Um, the what was it? It's really funny because when I contracted to join the, what the contract actually says is that in return for this much money, when we get money, you will do 4 tasks a month. That's
And what's considered a task?
yeah. So it can be either one medium-sized task or 4 small tasks. That's literally all I'm contracted for.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I've done that in the last 3 hours minimum. So it's like, yeah, the contract is actually very. It's not tremendously accurate to what I'm actually doing now, but that is a minimum, right? So yeah, I will probably want to renegotiate it, and you can also talk to him about it as well, depending on how much you think you can offer, or how much time you have that you think you want to do in return. So
Yeah.
ah ah One other thing that I have to take note of is basically what Michael's doing with the music, because you can hear the music. It's incredibly melan- melancholy, melancholy.
Yeah.
Um, and let's ignore my inability to English. But yeah, so it's very melancholy. So there is a like everything, because if people have the music on, which I hope they are, it will color
Yeah,
everything
I did.
that you write. Um, Everything will come off slightly sadder because the music is sad. So just also keep that in mind when you're writing as well.
Yeah.
I've lost track of what I was doing. Right, I was going back to the
Is
serial.
one um is one encounter considered a medium task, or
Yes,
yeah?
yes.
Mm.
It's considered a medium task. I don't believe justice has an actual like rubric or metric somewhere to be like this is a medium task, this is a small task. But especially because it really depends on like what you're doing as well. So it's just how much time did it take you, how much effort did it take you. That's basically a medium-sized task versus a simple task. I'd say that honestly speaking, given like if I had to rank stuff, I would say that in terms of like tasks for this particular, and honestly, I would say that if you spend like 8 hours on this throughout the course of a month, you will have completed the requirements. It is, and 8 hours is like a very, very, very generous estimate. Because the tools are meant to be so easy to use, it really depends on like what level of complexity and stuff you actually want to do. In terms of the actual main things, I would say that writing one dialogue object, so not even an encounter, just the dialogue object, is already a medium task. Um, Although it depends on how many screens you do, of course. Okay, so just to quantify it further, 7 screens of dialogue is a medium task, um, and a small task would be like 1 screen of dialogue. That's basically it.
Oh, really?
I that's what I consider it to be. It's so there's no, but I would say as long as justice kind of goes, yeah, you did a good job, you're fine. It is a little bit more. It's not as quantifiable like that.
So the requirement isn't too harsh.
No, not at all. But that being said, I'm a perfectionist, so my standards are a bit weird and different to Justice, who is also perfectionist but in a different way.
Yeah, same with me.
Yeah. Everybody on this team is a perfectionist.
Great.
I think I'm so close to making sure I have one perfect playthrough. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Uh, do you have advice to share? No. Great. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Okay, cool. So that means I need to finish this quest first. All right, then back to. Actually, I should check. Go what was stacked. Okay. Hmm. I'll test this later. Right, I can't succeed because I didn't get the. Oh no, there it is. Great. Huh. This didn't work. Why didn't it work? Alright, so that's not working.
Stam, are you in our server, by the way?
She's not.
Oh, we'll need more people in the server.
She's not yet, but I'll invite her. Let me run it by Justice first, of course, because she needs. We need to actually. I need to run community stuff by Justice, and then see how it goes. But yeah, it's pretty dead in the server outside of the development area anyway. So
yeah.
don't know if we need a mod.
Ideally, we want a community manager.
Yeah, but community manager is a genuine like job in its own right. Usually combined with like the social media person, but again we don't have either.
At some point, at least.
Yeah, at some point we will want one, but for the most part, I think us as devs can be mod like community people anyways. So if and you know we can get mod powers and all that kind of stuff as well if necessary.
Yeah.
But so what I have to teach you. Find me again. Cool. Alright, so I need to go and either get Flea or Should double check, have I got flee? I do have flee. What weapon am I using in this bow? What was that particular branch's issue? What's that requirement? Oh, sorry, I don't have enough stat for that. That's cool. Try to run away. Try that and see whether that works. Okay, cool. So it's just that one, and then everything else I think is probably correct. Okay, that one's good.
It's here for the sassing.
What was that?
Just reading Sam's reply.
Fair enough, yeah. Okay, cool. That should work now. Gotta restart this game though. Oh yeah, so one thing to note about the game, it doesn't, if the game is running, it doesn't take anything that you've changed into the already running game. If you are starting it, like if you have made changes and you reset it, then it will take the new changes into account. You don't need to push to test within the Unity itself on your local machine.
How do I reset it? Just stop and play again?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah. While we're doing this, while I'm waiting for Unity to load, which you'll hear because the music will start playing, let me show you one thing on GitHub that you will need to do when you push. Because I'm so close to pushing. I haven't tested all of these screens on this yet because I'm close to giving up. I just want one successful full run through and then I will push. Anything past that, nothing in this quest line will break the game, thank God. So as long as there's one successful run through, I'm happy with that. This is the limit of my perfectionism, 3 days. But yeah, so when you push, one thing that you want to make sure that you don't push is this line here, ES3 global references. To avoid that, what you do is right click it and you'll see discard changes, right? So make sure you discard this particular entry before you push. Why? Because
every time I push.
Every time you push, yeah. It's generated every time you have files to commit, and you have to discard it every single time. It's one of the like several types of things that you have to discard every single time, but this is the one that's most common, so I mention it now. The reason for that is that this is actually the I believe it's actually the code that's generated whenever you save something. So but the code is different every single time you save. So when you push that into a synchronized version, it causes a merge clash every single time. So you want to make sure that you discard it before you push, because otherwise it's guaranteed to clash.
All right.
Don't push me because I'm close to the edge. Yeah, I guess. I didn't get that joke. I'm not that close to the edge, am I? I'm not edgy. I'm not an edgelord. Yeah, I didn't get that song reference. Sorry.
What song is that?
Neither did Gary.
No, really, what's that song? Sam.
Sam, which song was it? I don't know the song. Whoa. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. That is an
The
old.
message song.
That is so. Wait. That's like a '90s song, isn't it? Like an '80s song.
No idea.
I was asking. Oh yeah, I was asking Sam there, but as the person who's
Uh,
most likely to know. So which dinosaur are you? Stegosaurus? Triceratops? I'm sorry, that was very mean of me. Um, yeah, no. I'm sure somebody else would get that reference, but 1982. Yeah, sorry, that's well before me, man. I think the only '80s songs. Okay, well, that's. I guess if my mom had played it, I would maybe know it, but my mom solely existed off ABBA, so I know a lot of ABBA songs and the Carpenters, but like Grandmaster Flash, no clue. Sorry. Really? I haven't seen a single one of them. I've I haven't seen a single one of those references. Sorry. One thing I'm writing into my dialogue with the ranger here is just some very slightly suggestive dialogue. Oh, that's cool, Sam. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. I think if my parents were more pop culture savvy, I probably know more, but they were not. Um, yeah, slightly suggestive, and that's on purpose. Slightly suggestive. Yeah, there. Fuck, that didn't work. Oh, that's not good actually. That means that that's a bug report. Um, Happy Feet. Ah, yeah, I never caught into that, unfortunately. I think I remember seeing like maybe like oh I remember so funny story about Happy Feet. At one point we got a CD of Happy Feet, DVD of it, and I was like I don't know quite young, and I wanted to watch it, so we turned it on. Um, it was called Happy Feet. It had the picture of Happy Feet on it. It was about penguins, It was a penguin documentary. It was not Happy Feet. It was David Attenborough Happy Feet. David Attenborough penguin documentary. It was a very educational one though. I loved it. But it was also not Happy Feet, so I've never actually seen Happy Feet.
You got scammed by David Attenborough.
No, no. David Attenborough was fine. He didn't scam me at all. Whoever made the CD was a scammer, however. Um,
Well, fair enough.
yeah. I'm glad David Attenborough's still alive. Please don't let me have jinx that. Um, the one penguin documentary I really want to see, that I haven't yet seen, is the Benedict Cumberbatch one, because
Oh
it's
yeah, yeah,
you heard about that, yeah? Penguin,
yeah, yeah.
especially because it's about the yeah. I just finished talking about that, Sam. Yeah, penguin, penguin. Especially because it's about penguins in New Zealand, and I have actually seen those penguins live, like the actual animals. Okay, yeah, that's fair then, Sam. The doc, but that is not even the joke. Yeah, the doc. Okay, no, that is a joke. Yeah, Bundle Dick Cumberwald. Um, I personally favor uh, uh, Boondocks Cabbage Patch. But anyway, but yeah, it's about the South Island penguins basically. And yeah, I have been to the South Island and I have seen the South Island penguins. In fact, in fact, it was, and you know, they're also actually in the on the shore, like on in Auckland as well, which is where I live. But yeah, they're very cute. I mean, and if you like bird watching in New Zealand, you get a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of birds here.
Yeah, New Zealand is so pretty, by the way. I forgot
Oh,
to say
thank you.
that.
Yeah, no, it's lovely. It's lovely, and it gets used all over the world for films because it's just gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, have you been to Milford Sound?
Of course. Yeah, it's lovely.
That's where I would absolutely love to go
Okay,
at
man.
some point.
Yeah, sure.
It's so beautiful there.
Yeah, I'd offer to take you, but yeah. No. Hobbiton. Oh, okay. I should tell you one thing. I don't know. I definitely haven't told you this yet, but I've actually worked with Weta before, because I was on a Disney film, in 2018.
W with whom?
I, I did Mulan.
Oh, hmm.
So yeah, okay, I heard that and I agree with that. So like the remake, the live action version of Mulan, I'm in that film.
Oh, Mulan. Yeah, I get now. I get now.
Yeah. And one of the really cool things about working on Milan is that, well, first of all, it was the fact that I got paid fuckloads because it's a Disney film.
Hmm.
But also, I mean, we got to see some really cool stuff. And Weta obviously was contracted. Weta Workshop was contracted for that movie, so we got to work with some of the guys who worked with Weta, and as well some of the people who worked on other films in New Zealand as well. Which meant, by the way, that our trainers for that movie were the guys who worked on The Hobbit, the guys who worked on Lord of the Rings, um,
Oh,
and then on from the Chinese side of things, we got Jackie Chan's stunt team, Donnie Yen, Jet Li's stunt team. I don't think I worked with them personally, but we got trained by Jackie Chan's stunt team though. That was really fucking cool. And
it sure is.
yeah, man, fuck. And I got to see Donnie Yen up close and personal, from a distance of like 20 meters away.
Oh, that's
Unfortunately,
really up close and personal.
yeah, it was so cool. Unfortunately, the film was shit. And I say this really sadly because I love the film that we made, but the film that we made and the film that was released were two very different things. Um,
Yeah.
I personally blame whoever decided to get involved in the. Like, honestly, the director did it like honestly, from what I can tell, the film that we made was fantastic. The film that was released was not the greatest thing in the world, shall we say? I remember I got together with like a bunch of the dudes who worked on Milan with me, and we were so excited when finally it came out because it got delayed. And we were sitting together, we were watching a mushroom documentary and waiting for people to for other people to show up. And when everybody showed up and we watched Milan together, at the end of it, we were like, um, can we go back to the mushroom
We made
documentary?
this.
No, we were like, can we go back to the mushroom documentary? It was better, which is just really sad to say. Because everything that we worked, literally, we were filming for like, we personally, so I didn't have a massive role in it or anything, but we spent like 5 to 6 weeks filming, and this is normal in the film industry, by the way, especially like big
Yeah.
studio. But like we filmed for 6 weeks. We got used like the footage that we spent 6 weeks doing got used for like 1 second. This is really normal, but it was kind of like, bro, you know. Um, so yeah, so unfortunately the movie was yeah. Anyway, moving on. It was a really great experience
Yeah.
though. I loved working on it. It was just such a good team. And yeah, and you're talking about George Lucas earlier. One of the guys that I worked with that we worked under, one of the directors, he was a guy who had worked on the Phantom Menace, and he had pictures.
Oh, really?
He had pictures.
As who? As what?
I think he was an assistant director at the time. Um,
Oh,
or
that's so cool.
yeah, no. He also worked in Mad Max, Fury Road, and he had
Oh, yeah, that was a yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah.
yeah, and ironically also Ghost in the Shell, which was not so good, and he knew it, and he agreed. But
Yeah.
Ghost in the Shell was something of a sorry, I'm also getting horribly sidetracked here, but Ghost in the
Mhm.
Shell was a mess through and through because they rewrote the in the process of filming it, they rewrote the script something like 3 times. Um,
Yeah.
and so I think it's like deeply visible at the end of it, um, which is a pity because obviously I think from what I heard from the team that was working on it, including the Weta guys who also worked on Ghost in the Shell, um, the original vision for the movie was a very different beast to what ended up releasing. Again, same sort of issue. And yeah, and they were very fond of the original vision, which was not what it ended up going.
Yeah.
So yeah, I actually also talked to the guy who designed I think Scarlett Johansson's like costume for Ghost in the Shell. He was yeah, he's a great dude. Um, so yeah, the one thing about New Zealand film industry is that it's a really small place. It's like a really small place.
Yeah.
So everybody who is if you talk to somebody, they've usually worked on a fairly big feature. Um, just because if they've been around the industry for long enough, they've you know they they work on these things. Um, I know that I was offered the chance to work on Avatar, James Cameron's Avatar, the second movie.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, it was actually an open offer to anyone who did Milan, in the role that I was in. Anyone who was in the same group, there were about 90 of us. Um, and we all had open offers to work on Mulan, on Avatar, and I think it was the other Avatar as well, Avatar the Airbender, which was also filmed here. I think at one point was scheduled to film here. Um, but I don't think very many of us took them up on the offer because it required us to move cities. And a lot of people just
Oh
kind of went back
yeah.
to their life.
Yeah.
I know at least one or two people did actually, because they went into stuntman work after what we did. Um, but yeah, I'll probably, if you're interested, I'll probably point you out where I am in the movie because I'm actually visible in the movie. I'm in
Oh,
the trailers and
really?
everything. Yeah,
You mean which one?
Mulan.
Oh.
Like I'm actually like front and center. 1 second, but front and center, for one of the trailers in Milan. So there's that. Anyway, I should actually get back to fucking work. Mm, so I need to have a way to make this particular option even possible. Oh, I'm a dumbass. I could have just upped my stats. Fuck. Okay, well I guess we're doing this again. Yeah, Sam. Thanks for coming to my TED talk. X. O X O. I do this a lot. Sorry, I ramble a lot. I hope you don't mind.
Of course I don't.
Sweet.
I like to ramble too, often.
Great. We can both ramble at each other. But yeah, okay. In terms of cool stuff, did you watch Lord of the Rings first of all? While I'm waiting for Unity to load.
Um, the Lord of the Rings, of
Mm,
course.
cool. Do you
In
know?
fact, it's a funny story.
Go
When
on.
I started off as a writer, when I completely started, I was heavily inspired by Tolkien's work, not only in terms of writing itself, but also in terms of the story.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I combined when I just started drafting my this first novel in my series that I almost finished. I basically copied the story of the Lord of the Rings and combined it with another novel I had read at the time, which was the Chronicles of Amber. I don't know if you've
Ooh,
heard.
Zelazny, baby.
Not many people know about it.
Of course I know.
So yeah,
Zelazny. Yes, Roger Zelazny.
yeah. I think I liked him even more than Tolkien. In fact,
That's fair.
I think I found him more not as much in terms of writing as in terms of the overall vibe and the story. How he. I think I found his story and characters more compelling, more adventurous, the way I love.
That's fair. He is a lot more recent than Tolkien was.
Yeah, I know.
But yes, no, I do know Roger Zelazny. I think I did read. I'm not sure whether I read the Chronicles of the Emperor. I think I found him through his Star Wars work. Ironically, I think Zelazny did Star Wars. I think he did Thrawn, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong here, but yeah. I found the Chronicles of the Emperor through the Star Wars thing. Um, he did Legends. I'm pretty sure he did Legends. I just don't remember which part of Legends he did. Um, but yeah, no, I fully understand. Um,
Yeah.
Now I'm really curious about your reading like tastes, but let me actually do this stuff first. I'll be honest, I don't read much published work anymore because I still read a ton, but I read mostly like shall I admit this? Let me admit this. I read mostly like ciencia, lit RPGs, fanfic these days. In terms of like published fantasy original IPs, I don't really read that many anymore. But what about you, man? What kind of books do you read? Or what genres and like what IPs do you like?
Um, well, my favorite genre must be um, actually historic books
Nonfiction
and
or
not historic fiction, non-fiction. Yeah, non-fiction.
okay.
I mean, I have a whole ass mini library about um, Japanese history books.
Ooh,
I've read so many of them on different um, subjects and periods in Japanese history, and they were a huge help um, in world building
of
for me.
course.
And that's the main reason I got into historic nonfiction in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
I've always liked history. I think it's a big misconception that it can be boring or anything like that. I think the opposite, that history is like a giant adventure novel that is essentially endless. You can read all about it throughout your whole life, and by the end of it, you'll still find interesting and such cool things you still hadn't found before. And I think it's so awesome about it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, man. I really do. And as Sam says, Japanese history is diverse and interesting. It totally is. Um,
Yeah.
I fully get that. I fully get that. Sorry, I'm multitasking. So, oh, wait, fuck, I forgot to up my stats. All right, let me show you real fast how to change stats in the dev console. So this
Mm-hmm.
is the command to change stats. In this particular case, I'm going to be upping all my stats to 5 or higher, all the relevant stats anyway. And you can see down here in this thing here that
Mm-hmm.
the numbers change here as well.
Yeah, I see.
Okay, that should be enough intelligence, I think. Stealth 5. Awareness, stealth, dexterity, I think. A bit up dexterity as well. Okay, cool. This is now way too high for this level, but that's fine. Cool beans, let's get it started. Okay, well, that's something else to add. Wait. Wait. Oh, I fucked up the requirements. Uh, Let me just go check the requirements real fast. So expect a known ranger learn. I want the player to not ever know the gender of people talking until they learn how to tell gender apart. The Dryad Spirit is an exception because it's evident in her mana, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
I have the meat for you. Required items, 20 meat. I forgot to take away the meat. Okay, so that makes sense. So complete quest. Huh? So that should be first, and then complete quest. So that's not actually removing. What? That's, I don't expect that to happen. I mean, it's still a problem because it means that that branch will show back up again if you have 20 meat in your inventory, regardless of whether you completed the quest or not. Required items. It's not on fire. It's not running. It's not panicking. Don't worry about it. story flag requirements. Cannot have story flag. Okay, so I'm gonna change that. So meet and talk needs to give a story flag on completion, which is please. I should make that slightly more clear. Completed and talk. Then back to sorry, I have less humor when I'm multitasking. Wait, did I say complete or completed? No, not completed. Okay. Yeah, I know you know. This happens all the time with me.
With anyone, I guess.
I know people who can multitask and are still funny or still have a sense of humor. Basically, it's people who can multitask, because I can't. I know. I
I
also
think
never
I can't
said.
either.
Yeah. Okay, so can I have story flags? So this should no longer show up. If you select it, it should remove 20 pieces of meat, then complete the quest rather than the other way around. But for some reason, it's not doing the removing the 20 pieces of meat part. Which is weird. Tag had required for tag if item required IDs is meat 20. Okay, amount to remove. It's an int, doesn't float. Multiply strength 1 is his chance, yep. And then big quest ID, meet and talk. That should work now, hopefully. Then, yeah, so that should also not show up anymore if you've completed the quest already. Then after that, you go to, what else was I needing to do? Requirements for this need to be racist. Okay, so these things don't show up again. That's cool. That's what I wanted to see. I'd like to train under you doesn't show up because haven't finished, because the required story flags is you need to have the ranger class. But I'd like to trade something from you. Do you have advice for me? Okay, I've just missed out on actually adding this. I'd like to take the test again is what I'm missing out on. So we add one more branch just down here. Oh, I'm gonna have to stop this anyway because I'm rewriting the whole thing. The only way to show that is if if you have the story flag requirement complete. Actually, I could just make this the quest requirement. Okay, I'm so close I can taste it. And it tastes like victory. Yep, this stream went way longer than it should have. Oh shit, that's a crash screen. Okay, that's not a crash screen. That won't be a crash screen. Please don't be a crash screen.
How often do you push in a week or in a month?
It depends. I try to get a good stopping point. Um, for me, it depends. It depends on like what I'm doing. If I'm doing like small updates or yeah, it's not a blue screen. Please don't jinx it. Um, it's a yeah. For me, basically, it depends on how long it takes. If I'm doing one piece of content and then after testing, then I push. That's basically it. If I'm only doing a small piece of content, then it can be up to like I could be updating like 3 times a week. If it's in this case, it took a really long time because there's so much of this content. Because I am skipping about half the content because the previous set of stuff is all fine already. But you can see how many dialogue options I have, right? Even with the stuff that I'm skipping through. And I haven't tested all of it, but as long as one set works, I'm happy with that. So this is why, for if you know just if everything I did was like this, then I would push like once a month or like once every 2 weeks. But this is not. This is probably the biggest current chain of content that's in the game. Basically, every time I do something that's really complicated, I'm like, ooh, yay, I'm done. And then I go and do something that's even bigger. So, start encounter. Meeting. So I was talking to you about like trust and stuff like that, which I was already doing with this. Yes, so this.
Oh yeah.
All of this, all 3 options here give the ranger different levels of trust. I've been picking the best one so far because I know exactly which is which. But like so this one gives you the top, in terms of levels of trust. This one gives you the top level of trust. Actually, it makes her amused. This one gives her neutral, and then this one makes her wary.
Yeah. I mean, it is a visual novel after all.
Yeah, exactly. So then we go to, I want to get Jade Stone. Actually, I might save these screenshots and show just this now, so I don't have to test it again. That's a slightly questionable screenshot, but that's okay. Okay, so that's actually not working. Freddy failed this test because the dev console entry, yeah, I shouldn't have done it mid thing. Yeah, okay, so we'll do this again. Doesn't matter why I click here because I already failed the test. Okay, so we're looking at dexterity, intelligence. I think that's all I needed to do. What? Oh, come on. Did I do it into the wrong thing is the question. No, I didn't. Oh, what the hell? So I was hoping to see the branch, you know, I'd like to take the test again there. And it just didn't show up at all. Have to meet for you. I'd like to train under you. That's okay not to see because this one only happens when you've got the ranger class. I'd like to trade something. Canal story flags. Yeah, that's fine. That might have happened. Completed quest. I might pop that off. No. No, I might pop that off actually. That's fine. Then, do you have advice to share questions? Yeah, this one's showing up already. Computer quests. Me and talk. Okay. Or if I drop the quest requirement and just do that only. No. What I'll do is test Nature Ranger. At the very bottom for the if the mindset required, ask me if you find me again. That should have a story flag here, which is story flag, give story flag, take ranger test again. This is why I don't like writing in Unity. Lag. Okay, then go back to known range of learn. usage. So yeah, the quest requirements isn't showing up at all. This one is take ranger test again. So you needed to do that, and then on select you remove. Actually, I'll just copy that. Yep, so that you can do that multiple times if you fail it every single time. And okay, then the next one to have question advice. So this should now show up, hopefully, if we fail the test. I'd like to trade. This one not showing up is the problem. Of course, it should really show up earlier. So if I just do close that, open the story flag, try that. Yeah, the lag really be real. I'm sorry I'm taking up so much of your time, by the way, Gary. It's now been 5 hours, I think, this stream has gone on for.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Almost 5 hours.
Yeah. I think in terms of people watching Twitch, I'm in a really awkward position, like awkward time period for them. But
there are actually others besides Sam.
Oh, there are?
Yeah.
How many viewers are there?
4 in total, including
4?
me and Sam.
Okay. Well, welcome to the person who is who's watching the stream. So there would
welcome 5 hours later.
Yeah. It's weird because so there should be, I mean, not should be, I'm not saying you're not welcome, but like normally there's only 3, right? It's just you, Sam, and then a bot, which is the Stream Elements bot.
Wait, Steam Elements? What's that?
It's the thing I used to announce that I'm going live. So in the chat, so if you scroll all the way to the top,
there's 3 people.
Yeah, so there is another live human person. Yeah, it does count as a viewer though, Sam. So there is a live human person watching the stream right now who is not Gary or yourself, Sam. So welcome to the stream. I hope this is entertaining for you, but you're not alive.
But
what do you mean you're not alive? What do you mean you're not alive?
Are you AI?
You're an AI.
I'm an AI.
I don't know whether you're serious or not.
Justice, is this you?
That's not Justice. Justice has his own account. Well, you're sent from another dimension. Okay. Well, in that case, welcome. I am AI positive, and so is Gary. So welcome to the stream. How would you like? Someone said there'd be cookies. Yeah, I made a bet.
Well, you would be lied to.
I mean, technically they're cookies because you've already accepted the cookies when you came to watch Twitch.
That's a good one.
Yeah. But yes, I actually do bake a fair bit. But not.
Oh, me too.
Oh, sweet. I actually specialize in cookies. Yeah, no, I actually specialize in cookies. I don't do anything but cookies. But I think my favorite recipe, which I haven't done in a while because the oven in my house is currently a bit broken, in that it never turns off. So I just try not to use it at all, because otherwise my electricity bill goes through the roof. My favorite recipe for cookies is the triple caffeine one. It's coffee, matcha, and chocolate.
Oh yeah, that sounds definitely good.
Yeah, it's yeah. The oven is scary because it never turns
I
off.
love coffee and
Mm,
chocolate. I
mm.
love that.
Yeah, no, I can give you the recipe if you want, but to be honest, I do a lot of it by feel because I cook by feel. So I also make by feel, which is not
Yeah, same
ideal.
actually, same, yeah.
Um, so yeah. Other than that, I don't bake at all. I do cook a lot though. What do you cook, man? Because you mentioned you cooked.
Um, Usually all the good stuff.
What is the good stuff? Because if you say meth,
Well,
I'm joking.
I mean, mostly Italian stuff, you know.
Italian stuff. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
and also Asian. I freaking love Asian cuisine in general.
Okay, what Asian cuisine? Because there's a lot of different Asian
Well, yeah,
cuisines.
fair, fair. Mostly Japanese. I
Okay,
love
fair
all
enough. You
things
mentioned you love
Japanese.
Japanese history, so I should explain
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
What style of Japanese cuisine? Like, are you looking at more of the like the sushi, sashimi stuff, or are you looking more like the udon?
No, more like in general, more like ramen, you know, all kinds of it.
You make ramen. Oh, like you do make the broth as well?
Yeah.
Good lord. Okay, I think your cooking skills are higher than mine. That's so hard. Okay. But no, Sam's asking Italian as well.
Yeah.
Um, so what kind of Italian what kind of Italian do you like?
Lasagna is my favorite,
Lasagna.
definitely.
Okay,
Yeah.
I feel like you put way more effort into your cooking than I do. My specialty in cooking is what is the least amount of effort I need to do to make a
Well,
delicious
that's
meal.
fair too.
Yeah. Spaghetti cake? What the hell is spaghetti
Spaghetti
cake?
cake. I'd like to know too.
Sam, please explain. Lasagna. Okay.
Oh, lasagna.
I guess that makes sense. Spaghetti. It's not, but it's
Well,
not made
yeah,
from
kinda.
spaghetti. Anyway.
Yeah, it's not.
But no, I understand what you mean by yeah. If you call every pasta spaghetti, then yes, it's spaghetti cake. Uh,
Yeah.
Technicalities. Fair enough. Fair enough.
You can call it pasta cake.
That offends me on some level. I don't know why, but it does. I'm not even Italian. Um, cool. What was I up to? Shoot, I'm losing track of what I was trying to do. I'm too deeply offended by pasta cake. I'm not offended at all. I'm just freaking can't multitask. So you're supposed to be going and like killing monsters and then getting their meat and stuff like that, but I can't be asked to. Oh shit! What the hell am I? Oh right, I'm a moron. Um, but I can't be asked to do that because it would take forever. Because of the way the random encounters work. So the whole point is that this system was to take up a pretty good portion of the game, the demo anyway, to kind of get to because it's one of the end game things. It is. I have 21. Is it because it's 21 that it's not removing 20? Let me try getting exactly 20. No, it's just not removing anything. Okay. So you have to. Okay, that's right. Hey, there's the merchant. And also, hey, there's nothing in the merchant. Okay, cool. This is something else we need to report to justice. That's not meant to happen. There's stuff in here.
Is it crucial you push today?
Well, if I don't push, then if I don't push, then we don't have a trailer. So the sooner I push, the
Oh,
better. So yeah, kind of important that I push, but that's all right. Let me test the other part of it first. Okay, cool. That's showing up. Oh, but the test isn't. If you didn't test to begin with, it's not showing up. That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, I'm going to just test. Cool, so it is sort of broken, but oh right, I forgot to up my stats. Cool, fantastic. Well, I guess I get to test. Let me up my stats. Cool. Is Dreamer still around? Sam, Gary, whoever's looking at the stream.
um, yep, looks like he's still around.
Cool, cool, cool. Oh, they didn't leave.
Yeah, I mean they.
Yeah. Oh, they didn't leave. Okay, well, I wish they'd say goodbye.
Wait, really? All right.
How many viewers does the stream have currently,
Still four, including the
including the bot?
stream elements.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, well, if you're still around, I hope you do say goodbye before you go, because I want to thank you for being here. Okay, so just go back to the test. So start. Ranger learn. No, there's no ranger learn. Oh, okay. So there's someone else as well. Okay, well, welcome to the stream. And I do hope that. Oh, I guess stream is gone then. But yeah, welcome to the stream, and hope this is interesting stuff to you. At the moment, I'm just playtesting because. Oh. This isn't working. So yet again, that thing's not showing up. I'm getting real tired, to be honest. I'm just gonna test the this part just to make sure that it works in one playthrough, and then there we go. Now it's actually possible to win this.
Finally.
Finally. What? Far. That's not the success dialogue, by the way. No, that's not it. It's not done. It's not done. Great, great, great. So yeah, so I've answered every question correctly, and it's given me the failure dialogue. So it means I'm not done. God damn it, really? Oh no. No. It's because I didn't do it right. I forgot to clear the story flags. So it is possible to win. So the way that this particular event works is that every time you give a wrong answer, it gives you a story flag which says no, right? It's just Ranger no is the story flag.
Oh,
And at the end of all the questions, if you have the game checks for do you have Ranger no, and if you have it, then it fails you.
damn.
But if you don't clear the story flags before you do the test again, you will have the Ranger no from last time. So you can answer all the tests correctly in the second time, but if you didn't clear the no's for it, you will still fail. I forgot to clear it. So it is possible to win. I just have to remember to put the stats up first. Um, yes, I am a silly goose. Honk. The problem with how the story flags work in this game currently, and this is something for you to take note of, Gary, since you will be writing with it, is that it's
Uh-huh.
entirely possible to have two of the same story flag, and it will show up as both. So if in this particular case, there's five opportunities to get range or no, and if you answer four questions wrong, for example, you will have four ranger no's. So if you're looking to clear ranger no, you have to clear ranger no four times. Otherwise, you will still have at least one left. So it only checks for one, but you can have more. You can have multiple of the same thing.
All right, I'll reach out if anything if I have this problem.
Sounds good. In the meantime, you can watch my adventures into failing at figuring out what's going on with this game. With the coding encounter. Store encounter. Okay, we were doing this from the start, so
Every failure is just another step towards success.
absolutely. But it's also another half an hour before I can sleep. So, oh, good point. I will do that. I'll do that right after this, like right now.
Sam, do you also work in Unity?
No, she's just here to support me, honestly,
Oh,
because she likes to watch me fail. Um, that's very mean. Yeah, no, no.
you know nothing about game dev. Oh, I see. Well, now you at least know how it's done.
No.
I
No. She
guess.
knows how not to do it. That's what she's learned.
All right, yeah, you know how not to do it now.
No, she's been lovely. That's a job in its own right. You know that.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, I was talking to Sam there, but yeah, Sam, that's a job
Yeah.
in its own right. Doing the support is a really big thing. I love. Oh,
Speaking of which, do you think we'll need player support
yes,
when the game is
100%.
released?
We will need player support. For the demo, a little bit more. If you think I'll remember anything, yeah, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I forget stuff too, and it's actually relevant to me. But yeah, no, we will need player support. I'm actually applying for player support as a job, a full time job. Um, reason why I think it's
Where?
just grinding gear,
Oh,
because it's local to me. It's literally like half an hour
mm,
away from me. Do you know grinding gear actually?
no. To be fair, no.
Have you heard of Path of Exile?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
somewhat.
Okay, somewhat. Yeah, that's fair. Path of Exile it's an online, effectively semi free to play Diablo like game.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah, I see.
massive. It's been around for a long time. I think it's been around since 2006. But yeah, Grinding Gear is the company that makes it, and they were founded in New Zealand, founded in Auckland. It's about half an hour away from me.
Oh,
Um, Ironically, I worked with their first customer support person. The first customer support person for Grinding Gear was a dude I worked with on Milan. So yeah, I actually technically already have an in sort of, but I mean he's left the company. He left the company a long time ago.
Interesting.
But yeah, he's got like a picture with the founders and everything. You know, they like, did like a team photo and stuff like that when it first launched. And yeah, he's in that photo. It's pretty cool. He still has it.
Hmm.
Yeah, New Zealand, we're tiny, so everybody knows everyone else. Where was I up to? Right, have I got that? So I need to. I've got talk, so I need to do. I've upped the stats. So this one here is actually the test that we go directly to the test. I could skip directly to it because, but then if you do that, you basically miss out on getting the butcher knife and then being able to butcher meat. Yes, but you live in the countryside, that's why. Um, Whereas this one skips directly to the ranger test. So um, that, I think if I do it this way, you basically uh, might actually miss out on the ability to get merchants, but then you get the ranger class immediately.
Hmm.
Well, I need to test this part, so. I mean, I've been to your city, so it's not. Uh, it's not as big as. It's not that big. I mean, okay, no, it is pretty big, but like, I've lost track of what I was saying.
Oh,
Sorry.
um, speaking of which, how is the uh, how are the investments into games in New Zealand?
Uh. Uh. Oh. 1 second. There's. What the fuck happened with this branch? That's not supposed to happen. Cool. That that happened. Four items to sell. Needs to be updated. The range. Sorry, I got distracted because I need to fix this.
Yeah, sure.
Ranger test success dialogue has branches for some reason, which is probably something I did. That is not supposed to. Yeah, see, okay, that's just straight up failed. Okay, cool, great, fantastic, A plus. God damn it. I guess I'm maybe I'm not pushing tonight. I'd really like to push tonight though. Fuck. All right, so test. Wait, no. You know what? While I'm doing the fixing stuff, we can play some music. And by which I mean I'm just gonna play the freaking game music again. Okay. I'll turn the music volume down though.
I took a peek at Michael's YouTube channel the other day,
Oh yeah?
and I really liked his work, all of it,
Yeah, he's amazing.
for his previous projects.
I think one of the most consistent feedback on his previous projects was music was amazing, sound was amazing, art was amazing, gameplay, which yeah. So hopefully that isn't the reviews we get for this game.
Mm.
Okay, so alright, so that's that, and then yeah, conditional cannot have ranger flags. Does that have branches? Oh, it does. But huh? See, it does have branches, but the branches that we see are not the branches that we have. What the Okay. I'm very sad now. My head hurts. Yeah, welcome to the streams, new people. Uh, Even when my head starts to really hurt now. Okay, Jesus. Um, so what I should be seeing is now, and then later. What I'm seeing is actually the branches from the previous screen. So I'm gonna have to playtest that, show it to Justice, and then hope he can figure out what's going on after I push, because I'm so sick of this.
Wait,
And
wait, 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 wait.
hmm?
Did someone else do your job, all the things you're doing now before you joined?
No, well, no,
No.
no.
W- what was being being done before you joined then?
So Justice wrote most of the. So he wrote the tutorial. He wrote the camp tutorial as well. He was the one doing all the content. Uh,
In Unity.
yeah, in Unity, he was doing all the stuff I'm doing now. So in terms of like what I do for Justice is that I do all the writing. I run headfirst into the problems. I try to fix them. I go cry to him when I can't fix them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so that's basically yeah what I do. Um, I will note that a lot of these systems didn't exist before I joined so these are things I asked for. So the entire conditional branch type, so like the conditional objects where you do the screen if you meet the requirements, screen if you don't meet the requirements. That's something I asked for. So he had a simpler set of tools to work with uh, than we do.
Oh, and also, if I make an encounter, for example, or a few, um, do I have to push before? I mean, if I make some encounters, for example, and
Mm-hmm.
then pull, um, will I lose them in my Unity?
You're gonna run into merge. Well, actually, okay. So basically, if you make some encounters, and then you pull, nothing happens because when you, as long as nobody else made a file of the same sort of name, because nobody else is likely to make those kinds of encounters. So you won't run into any sort of merge issues because they're not overwriting a file that you have also worked on. But they
Oh,
won't get it either, right? They won't. Just by you creating something on your machine doesn't mean that anybody else will have the same encounter on their machines as well.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You need to push first before they can get access to it. Yes, to answer your question.
Yeah, but if I pull, I won't lose my encounters, right?
No, unless there's a merge conflict. So the
All
problem with
right.
the merge conflict is that so when you pull something that overwrites something that you're already doing, it then crashes. You know, you can basically lose the progress that you've made. If you don't
Mm-hmm.
save Unity before you close it, if Unity crashes and you haven't saved anything, you will lose all the progress that you have made before Unity crashed. So
All
save
right.
frequently, save often. That's the usual artist thing, writer thing, right? Save frequently, save often. So make sure that you save, because otherwise, yes, if you were doing something, Unity crashed, you will then lose all the progress that you made.
Yeah, I'm always spamming Control S
Great,
on anything I'm working on.
great. I have lost track of what I'm doing in the game. I think I was testing something, but I've forgotten what. At this point, this is pure habit now. what I'm testing. So I could probably skip it now, but this is not useful for playtesting. You don't ever want to get into a rote routine because and I'm sure you know that, Gary. But I guess I'm talking to the other
Come again,
watchers
come
on the
again.
screen. When you're playtesting, you don't ever want to get into a routine. You
You
don't
don't what?
you don't want the actions that you're taking while playtesting to be automatic, because that means you're not actually playtesting anymore.
Oh,
The whole point. I mean, you want to have the setup to do the test automatic. You want to the testing itself. You want to be uh, you don't want it to be like mindless, because the whole point
oh
about
yeah.
playtesting is that you're
Mm-hmm.
doing, and I guess I'm talking to Sam now, and possibly to the new watchers. You want to be trying everything that a player might conceivably do, and then figure out, if a player is doing something random, does the game break? That's what playtesting is about. So if you're mindlessly testing something, that means that you're no longer actually doing playtesting properly. Which I'm now currently mindlessly doing it because I did my brains off. I should take a break sometime, but I want to get this done. I spent 5 hours doing the exact same thing, man. I'm really tired of this. Although at least it's a different. I mean, yesterday I spent 8 hours doing something very similar, so I'm glad that it's a different set of actions.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, this is a significantly faster progression than the game itself would be, because I'm skipping a lot of. So in order to even access this particular encounter, you need to have a certain number of stats. Wait, did I upgrade my stats for this one? Oh crap!
Can you force it anyway as an admin?
Yeah, I can just upgrade. So I haven't yet. The problem is that whatever
Oh,
I type in
or
here,
that, yeah, yeah, yeah.
the problem is that whatever I type in here is going to, like, every time I press space bar is also the key to progress the dialogue. So if I do a dev console mid dialogue, then I'm going to be selecting options that I didn't intend to select because of the space bar.
Yeah.
So it means I have to go through this one. That's cool. Okay, so let me give myself 20 pieces of meat, and then also um, actually, let me make a note to so meat not being removed in user tags, bug report. So later after the stream ends, which means that after I have succeeded, and I am not leaving the stream until I succeed, which means I might be here for a while. But I'll be making bug reports to Justice directly, so I'll ping him and then just give him everything that's not working. Then also, frick, I can't remember what else. Branches showing wrongly. Right, I mean that's what I'm testing right now. Okay, so modify base stats. It was dexterity 5 and awareness 5, I think, was the requirement for this one. Oh, intelligence 2. I think that's everything. Okay. Wait, did I do? I did range learn already. Okay, so. And the plus side to doing the exact same thing in circles for the last 5 hours is that whoever joins the stream late will know that they're watching exactly this. They're not missing anything. God damn it. Okay. There was no pet podcast and there was no TED talk. There was just me rambling a lot. These two are both yeses, I think. Okay. That I saw a distinct flash. Did it? Yeah, but there's nothing in the console. I was so close to winning. I was so close to winning.
Almost like when playing Genshin, right?
No, but Genshin's different. Genshin, you win and then you keep going. It's a very addictive like cycle. This one I
Well,
just
true.
lose. I just keep losing, man.
Well, until you reach endgame, I'd say.
Yeah.
When you have everyone you've ever wanted, you know.
Yeah, but then of course, if you no matter where you start, there's always more to get. Like that's kind of the point of the gacha. So the branch
Well,
objects
true,
are
yeah.
not okay. Let me. Branch objects are displaying previous branch. Oh, it's a conditional. At this point, I'm starting to hate conditionals, even though I asked for this feature, because they just don't work the way I expect them to work. Was the previous one a conditional too? No, it was a branch. It was a branch. Okay. My head hurts. Okay. You know what I might do? One of the problems with I guess Unity being a particular thing is that the number of nesting stuff is it only goes so far. So like you can't nest more than so in the code or at least in this edge of the screen you can go as deep down the chain as you like. You can make this become a branch. You can make this become a branch. The branches
But
can have branches, but the game won't render them. It just won't render them. There is a limit.
oh,
So it's usually safer if it's gone more than too deep to just make a new object, which is part of the reason why this has so many. This has so many.
yeah, I see.
So
But why does it not render it?
it's just to do with like how deep. Basically, everything you see here. If we're talking about coding, sorry, one second. I'm just gonna finish this test ranger result. One of the everything you see here is actually a line of code in its own right? So this is a drag and drop kind of style thing, but it still needs to be rendered into code before the game can read it. And every
Yeah.
time you do another sort of like nested opportunity, you are then tabbing it into the code. So there's only so many nested things you can do before the game just stops reading it. I believe the limit for the code that we're currently doing is 3. So you can do as many as 3 nested branches before. sorry, no branches, the three nested elements. So like think of it as like three sets of tabs before it just stops reading it. And I think I might have just hit the limit there. Unfortunately, there's no like
That's a
error
crucial thing
message.
to keep in mind.
It is, yeah, it is quite crucial. Uh, Inventory manager. So this is also a way to check for uh, bugs, basically, and crashes in the game, which the game itself won't show it, but it's in the Unity console. So if you go to the console at the bottom here, and then you can check for white, yellow, or red. You want to basically you can highlight them or not highlight them as you like.
Yeah.
Red is the only really important one. The red one is the ones that will actually make the game bug out. So if you made a mistake but the game isn't breaking, you need to. And so if it's not doing what you expect, but there's no error in the console, you fucked up. So go fix it. But if
Yeah. All
there
right.
is an error in the console, then something has happened that you need to talk to justice about, or if you can fix it yourself, fix it yourself. If you can't fix it yourself, talk to justice. I don't actually know what this is. I suspect this one was the meat removal issue. Oh no, it wasn't. Make
Wait.
choice.
For the future, if I mess up and don't know how to fix it, should I ping you or Justice or you both?
Um, it depends on what you fucked up. So are, if you are doing something, actually, you know what? Ping me first. If I can help you fix it, I'll fix
All
it.
right. All
If
right.
if I can't fix it, then I'll tell you that let's go ping justice and then cry. We'll cry
All
together
right.
as manly men. Um, uh, yeah, I think ping me first. Don't ping justice too much. I think we want to try to keep justice
Okay.
as
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
unbothered as possible. Yeah, yeah. So, um, so cool. Where was I? Does not name now named lookup remover. I don't know what that is. I probably want to ping, not ping. I probably want to, yeah, I do probably want to ping justice there. I don't know what that is. And that's probably important since it's a red error. It's definitely something I fucked up. I just don't know why I fucked up. Cool. Let's go back to test ranger. This one here. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm just going to take the bottom condition. This one here. And then gonna go close off that element. To be fair, I think this is a particularly complicated one because it's 5 branches in a row, and I don't think anything in the game has 5 branches in a row apart from this. So the end of that, we go to test ranger. The lag. Sam, sorry, I don't think we're playing Stardew tonight. So normally Sam and I play Stardew every Sunday evening, but midnight.
Play what?
So uh, so Sam and I normally play Stardew Valley co-op every sort of
Oh,
midnight my
yeah, yeah,
time.
yeah.
But looking at what I'm doing right now, since I don't plan to give up until I finish this, I have a feeling that we'll be doing this past midnight for me, which is about 1.5 hours from now. So again, Gary, if you need to go, feel free. I don't want to keep you here for us, if you're busy. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing this until I
Yeah, I
succeed.
think I'm gonna. Yeah, what I'm busy with right now is finally finishing drafting the first draft of my story document for my passion
Okay, yeah, sure.
project. So
As long as
I
you're
want
doing
to
stuff
get done with it so that I would have more time
too.
to
Okay,
work on Asteria.
sure, man. So yeah, if you want to head out like anytime, just let me know and then go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much once again for
No
everything, for
worries.
having me,
I
for
will I
for
will I
all
will
teaching.
message you in chat when I have pushed You will probably see me go "Krrr," and tears and all that stuff in chat, in
Yeah,
Discord channel.
okay. I'll remind you too about the contract.
Yes. Well, remind. Actually, no. You can. Yeah, you can remind me about the contract, or you can. You don't have. I mean, I can negotiate my own. That's fine. That's not an issue. But yeah, if you wanted to talk to Justice anytime about that, of course, just let me know how it goes.
Yeah, I just wanted to look at it, take a look at it.
Oh yeah, no, about me sending it to you. Sorry, I'm. It's late and my brain's
Yeah,
not working. Yeah, sure. I'll send it to you when I finish with the stream.
thank you again.
No worries,
Well,
man. Yeah.
good luck again with your work and
Oh
don't
God. Yeah.
overwork, you know.
Yeah. I'll probably take a break after you pop off the stream, so I can, yeah, my eyes are starting to burn a little bit, and yeah, but I will be continuing this
Yeah.
until I succeed.
Thanks
One way or
again.
another. You're welcome, Gary.
I'll make sure to hop in on the next stream too.
Fantastic. That's next Saturday.
It was nice meeting you too, Sam. Let's chat some more next time.
Yay. Cool. Okay, where was I up to? This round to results. Absolutely more shit talk. Okay, then story flag. Then oh, hmm. Okay, if you're done, Gary, I'll leave the Discord call. Cool. Alright, so just you and me again, Sam, and whoever's watching the stream. So I need to get to. Oh yeah, that's already 2 on its own. Okay. Uh, Actually, no, I'll do Ranger Vanish here instead. Okay, well, since Gary's no longer talking, I can up the volume. So the reason I'm not using transition to after end down here is because that basically means every time you click a screen ending, it will then trigger it, which works as something that only has one option. But the moment you have more than one option, the whole thing kind of falls apart. Man, this VOD is going to be so hard to find stuff in. Do I intend to clip it? That is definitely a question. Okay, let's try that. I think I've gotten... Well, I've already said this like 4 times, but I think I've gotten everything. hopefully, maybe. I'm actually getting kind of dizzy. Be right back. I'm gonna go grab. Also, I've been talking a lot, so. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna play the music of the game while turning down this music. That's. I need something to think with. You know, the really cool thing about this picture is that it looks just like the park outside my house. When it's foggy. Which is very rarely ever foggy. What was I doing right? Oh, wait. I didn't add it into the I didn't add it into the content bundle. Oh crap. I need to save me upgrading the stats so I don't have to do it every single time. Yeah, okay, that should work. Okay, let's stop. Hey Sam, how's the stream doing? We got more people in here, or is it just you, me, and the bot? Sorry, I'm not looking at the Twitch. I could, but I'm not. Oh hell, why not? I'm gonna look at Twitch real fast. Yeah, it's just you, me, and the bot. Oh, okay. I don't know why my stream manager is showing something different then. Well, whoever the third person on the stream is, thank you very much for sticking around to watch me do the same thing over and over and over. Yeah, I've heard Twitch is a little bit dinky. That's alright. Cool. Let's go through the whole thing. I don't know, maybe you do. I don't. I just want this to work. Fuck. I mean, I'd also like Twitch to work too. Yeah, I'd love that. That'd be great. I think the Twitch streamer viewer being kind of like a bit dicey there is actually on purpose. If I remember correctly, I saw it somewhere where they don't want they're doing it on purpose to kind of something about not wanting bots to pump the stream up too much, because there's a social effect where if you see a lot of people watching a stream, then you're more likely to join. I mean, this applies to anything. If you see a lot of people doing something, you more likely to want to join. So I don't know what's going on exactly with Twitch. I think that's on purpose, but Twitch has technical difficulties a fair bit as well. So it could be either. No. Okay, so this is a continuous problem. So it wasn't the nested. So I thought it was the nested, like too many layers in too many layers in the thing issue. It's not. This is an actual programming breakage. Yeah. Cool. Fuck. Yeah, this is a justice please help kind of problem. Is there a way I can get around it? I might take a hydration break. Because my brain's starting to fade real fast. So basically this isn't showing up at all. Oh, somebody did the leave? Is it because right now I'm seeing only 2 viewers, so it's just you and the bot now. Okay. Okay, that's weird. And so is this weird. Okay, how am I gonna do this? So I know that the conditional works. Yeah, I do need hydration. Food, I've got no food left, so. I know that if you fail, it does show, so it's like the conditional is working. Because if you fail, I have seen the failure state, and if you succeed, then I've seen the success state. The problem is the branch isn't working. I can change the... okay, so if I change this to... We'll get started right now. And then I drop all of this. Make it a normal chat. Make it an encounter. Normal chat. Triggered usage tags. It was raining. It was raining a lot, actually. And I mean, I could have done it this morning too, but then I was tired. Okay, so I think if I do it this way, basically it will immediately start it. I mean, I could, but it costs like way more, like way more. I probably could. I probably should actually, but anyway. We'll try this. No, it's an opt-in for New Zealand. Like, do you want to opt in and do this? And I didn't want to opt in. Because if I opt in, I will never leave the house again. And I probably should do that once in a while. Alright, one more test and then I'm going on a break. I'll leave the music playing though. I mean, there probably is a way for us to do it in New Zealand as well, but it's Woolies, right? But I just never learned because I have two functioning legs, so I just tended to go to the shops. I'm not saying that, you know what I mean. I'm tired of shit. Gotta get a new vape as well. I swear I saved the modified stats, but it's gone again. Yeah, here it's called Milk Run. That's true. Okay, I'll try doing it on the app. If I don't leave the house tomorrow, then it'll be tomorrow. Oh, That's starting to really burn now. Wait. Fuck. My mistake. Wait. Shit. Okay, so that doesn't work. Which means that I have to figure out a way to swap between okay, or I just do conditional again. I'm so close I can taste it. This is now the fourth time I've said it. Well, on the plus side, Gary will watch the VOD back later and be like, so how long did Grok go for before he succeeded? Knowing that he left around the 5 hour 30 mark. So if he sees like an 8 hour stream, he will know. He will know how long I went for. But yeah, I loved having Gary on the stream. Wish he's back. I don't want to take him away from what he's actually doing, but I'm sure he has better things to do than watch me fail over and over. I sound very self-defeating because I'm very tired. You know the thing, right? Like, if you're angry, are you actually hungry? And if you're depressed, are you actually tired? I'm very tired. Oh. Oh. Victory lap. Almost victory lap. That's the skill point. That's not what I was looking for. Fuck. That should be showing in a ranger class. Okay, well, I got further. I finally got further. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm glad you had I'm glad you were cooking dinner. I'm glad somebody's eating. Um, yeah, I had a win. I got further ahead, and then probably got stopped again. But hopefully, this time I make it to the end. I want to stop and play video games. My hand hurts. My throat hurts. My eyes hurt. My head hurts. Don't get old, kids. Yes. No. The skill's not there. Okay, well, one step forward, one step back. Yeah, that should be here. Is there an icon for it? Yeah, icons here. Oh, actually. That. So we won. We got the ranger class into the camp, which means that technically that succeeded. However, the problem is that for some reason, the skill that this particular thing grants didn't load into the camp. So we won the we won getting it there, but then didn't actually, something about that broke. Item template, stat count, starting inventory 3. Wait, where did I put in basic traps? Train, nature, ranger. Did it come up here? Oh, Unity crashed. Oh shit. Did I save? Crap. Shit, when was the last time I saved? Frick. Okay, I'm not giving up. I'm going to reopen Unity. Yeah, there's a different point. I should take a break, get water, and stretch. Yeah, I'll go do that. Definitely gonna get water. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be back when Unity reloads anyway. Probably gonna be like 5-10 minutes, both for the break and for Unity to reopen anyway. Cool. Be right back then. You're still gonna hear me like busting around in the background because OBS doesn't mute. and so is Unity. Cool, we get to find out what I didn't do. I've already lost track of what I was doing before this. Man, that's not what I wanted to happen. Yeah, me too. I mean, it's not really appropriate to have that here in this screen. So basically, so for some reason because I can't give a bow to, it doesn't show up here. So this user tag basically just doesn't work. However, what I can do is so what I originally wanted to do is that with this particular paragraph of the screen saying like, hey, I made a bow for you, I give them the bow in that paragraph, but for some reason the user tag to make a bow appear isn't working. So to make the bow function, I'm going to put that into the screen before that. Which was just the training one. Train Nature Ranger, okay. I don't believe Train Nature Ranger has a stat requirement. So what I'm going to do is just start encounter this one specifically. So I can test to see whether this works. That means I can skip all the previous shit, because that's done. It succeeded once. There's ways that it breaks, but I'm done with that. I'll need to go back into it like tomorrow or something to fix it, or like to test the other fail states and stuff like that. But insofar as like it can work, it now can work. I don't remember whether the skill I checked was working. Actually, I might as well double check that. Yeah, okay, so I did rename it. Huh? So it looks like not that much was lost. Don't know what that one was. The bottom one there. There we go. There's the clue. Oh. I forgot the name and an actual name. Yeah. Yes, and okay. I think I might still have to learn the skill. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't think we're playing Stardew tonight. Because even if I finish before midnight, I don't even want to look at my computer right now. That's hurt a lot. Okay, it's a lot closer than. Oh shit. Shouldn't have left that open. Yeah, sorry. This took way so much longer than I expected. Oh yeah, you remember the I was telling you, I sent in the application for the other game, uh, the dude who messaged me in Discord. I had a chat with him. He mentioned that he's feeling he's not well, so to message him again in middle of the week. So I'm doing that. Would be another rev share contract like the one I'm on with Asteria, but uh, it's also another. I'll be doing something different, so I'll be learning something different there, which is it's a 3D game, so it'll be level design and or marketing, maybe. Uh, sorry. Hey, what the frick? Yo. What is that a negative? That shouldn't be a negative. Oh, actually, it is a negative. I think it's attack speed, so it makes attack speed faster. I'll put down red and shoot something. I need to change the name of this so that it has spaces in it and doesn't look stupid. But aside from that, this is a win. Time to frustrate myself again. actually, no, this is fine. Because I skipped this quest. What they was doing with the corpse? Okay, well, I need to fix that typo. Oh, I didn't do that. What was I doing? Wooden bow, right? Save. Alright. Victory lap. We're done. Ooh. I don't know whether it means I'm feeling good or I'm feeling cold. It's either both. I got shivers up my spine. I've got thrills, they're multiplying. Wait, I forgot one. Shit. Oh, frick! Stupid thing just updated. I've got to undo and redo. I hate that. Nope, actually, it's fine. Discard that, I can go frick off. Okay. Push, baby. I'm done. I'm finally done. And it only took me 7 hours. Okay, well, thanks for staying on the stream for so long, everybody. I'm going to bed. I'm not going to bed. I'm going to take a break and then maybe come back and do something else later. Thanks, Sam. Alrighty. And once again, thank you to everyone who stuck around for long, and thank you for everyone who watched the stream. This is going up on YouTube, so without me editing anything. So yeah, look forward to that. I'm also got Autumns on YouTube. I think I don't remember. My brain's too fuzzed right now to remember this right. So if you do want to go into YouTube and follow that to just catch some VODs of streams that you weren't able to make to, you are welcome to do so. Actually, please do so. Okay, well that's everything from me. Thank you so much, and I wish you all a really, really pleasant time of day, whatever time of day it is for you. Ciao. If I knew how to do the outro, I would. But for now, this is what you guys will see. Bye!